C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rate with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rent and R&D organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support of the Africa Connectivity Project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are working on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana. And by extension, connect members to the global research and education network community. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, Euro, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's best if we begin. I hope you've had a good rest and you're ready for today. Today is the Internet Society Day. So the Internet Society team will be taking us throughout taking us throughout different sessions today. And as such, because also time is far much spent, just a few announcements. Shortly, we will be putting up Shortly, we'll be putting up a survey in your inboxes, and we will really appreciate your feedback. As I explained yesterday, we are doing this so that we continually improve and give you a better experience come the next AIS. So as participants, your feedback is valuable to us. It will help us improve. At this point, I would like to call Madam Hannah to come introduce the session and also start off the session. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Internet Society Day. As a community engagement manager, I'm really, really delighted to be here with this empowering community, getting to know you better and learning from you about what you are doing with the community. Internet Society's work, and all our work, the community is in the heart of what we do. So we are very happy to be with you today. We will start the day. First of all, I would like to apologize because Mr. Dawit Bekele, our VP, Regional VP for Africa, was supposed to be here for the opening, but he's not feeling well. So he will be joining us later, hopefully. So we will start our day with an opening session with Jean-Baptiste Milogo, whom most of you know very well. And he will be, Jean-Baptiste is the Director of Internet Technology and Development at the Internet Society. Thank you. And he will be joined with Maud Elliott. Maud is the President of the Internet Society Ghana chapter. This session will be followed by, right away, by a session on evolving community networks, where Jean-Baptiste will be joined by Stephen Ofusu and Barbara Muthoko. The two other speakers will be with us online to discuss evolving community networks. So I would like to invite JB and Maud to the first session, please.
Good morning again, everyone. So I have some slides to present. Okay. So basically, I will maybe try to present and summarize what is Internet Society, just to give some refresh on how we work across the world. As you may know, our motto is enter to bring internet to everyone, but we cannot achieve this work our own. We need the support of all the community. It means that from our strategic plan, from our partners, from our chapter in any country in the world, we're working together to achieve this vision. Why we are pushing on this, it's because, as you may know, today we need internet in every corner of our life, from education, from, I would say, our mother who was maybe making food in the city, for government to bring us any kind of services. So there is a lot of, I would say, interaction through or via internet, and we need to be sure that everyone can access to it and to maybe to add value on your life, on their life. So for us, internet should bring value. There is a lot of things around, but the main thing here, maybe to understand or to keep is to be sure that internet everywhere bring value in our life. I know that there is some gaming, there is some unplanning, maybe utilization sometime, but the key thing is to be sure that it's bringing value, it's changing people's life, and it can contribute to our development. So as I was saying, we work as a community. So as organization, we work as a community, and we have here some key numbers. You can join Internet Society as individual members. You do not need to be linked to any national chapter. You can join Internet Society as individual members. You just need to go on our website to register, and you will be connecting to other people across the world, and you will receive, you can contribute to the community from your own. And up to now, we do have in Africa, which has seen 51,000 individual members, which is good, and we think that we can do better. And also, we do have also, apart from individual members, I will say local organization affiliated to Internet Society, and we call them chapter. So in Africa, I think we do have 40 chapters, and it's one of the active region in terms of chapter. And mode here, we're talking as chapter in Ghana, they are trying to push and achieve. And in terms of org members, by org members you mean the other organization who want to support our work, and they can also be affiliated to us. And up to now, you have here 79 organizations across the world supporting our work. And from Africa, we have few numbers, and we up that, moving forward, a lot of organizations from the continent will join us and to contribute to achieve and to bring internet to everyone. We do have also some partnership we develop through some MOU, some, I will say, government organization to maybe work and achieve or support them on some key area. It could be, I would say, infrastructure development. It could be exchange point. It could be community network. It could be capacity building. I think this part will be more developed this afternoon. So, which means that every kind of organization or our members can come from many directions, and this will bring a kind of power to bring internet to each part of the world. So up to now, from our support partner and from also our internal resources, we have been able to achieve some key things we could impact communities. So you have here some numbers in terms of award, in terms of, I would say, funding we are sending to the community to help them to develop some key specific needs in their region. Oh, sorry. So, through our strategic plan, there is some specific project we are trying to push. In the portfolio we call Growing Internet, we have, I would say, some projects. You have all projects relating to connect the unconnected. I think the next session will be, we talk more about this. You have also all activity relative to infrastructure development. But up to now, you have here some key things we have been able to do as Internet Society in partnership with our partners. You have, for example, 85 community network who have been able to support in any from Africa, from Asia Pacific. So you have the numbers here. We have been also able to support some exchange points. I think from at the beginning of the discussion on Monday or yesterday also, we have come all in the fact that we need to have local content. We need to develop the local content. We need to improve how we access to internet. We need to build local market. And to be able to achieve this, we need to build some infrastructure locally where connectivity operator, CDN, content provider can connect. And up to now, we have been able to support 56, include what I have shared yesterday from our partnership with Coalition of Africa, Digital Africa. So as AES, we have seen that, I think, from the day 2 conversation when Phyllis Smith was talking, we have seen that it's good that technical people met regular basic to exchange and to see how they can improve internet development in their country. And in this perspective, we are also supporting the development of technical community. So here you have some numbers and some funding have been able to send to some country technical community in order for them to maybe push in some way in where they are located. Oh, there is a problem with this. So we have also another portfolio we call Making Internet Stronger. As you may know, one thing is to develop the infrastructure, but the second thing is to be sure that people are comfortable when using it. So in this portfolio, we talk about encryption, we talk about defending internet at United Nations, because sometimes we need maybe to contribute to some policy development or some new strategic development at world level. We also try to defend any threat we can impact. You know that in some country it can be internet shutdown, it can maybe throttling on some services. So we need together to make some kind of engagement with our partners. It can be government, it can be local community, to better explain that maybe doing or going shutdown could maybe bring some economic impact, which is maybe more irrelevant for the community. So there is a kind of engagement we move. And we have also some work around policy, because there is sometimes a need to refresh some policy, some framework on national level or on regional level, and we are also working to improve this across the world. So here you have our footprint. So where we are pushing with capacity building across the world. I think this part will be more developed this afternoon with our training expert during our training expert session. So another thing here. So that's all. Just to let you know that we work as a community. Our organization works as a community with internal and external partners. We have some key areas we are trying to push, and we think that together we can do it, and we can bring better internet to our community to bring more value to our daily life. So I will stop here in case if you have time later after more presentation, we can take some questions. If there is some area we haven't developed here and you have some interest you could let us know and could try to maybe develop more on this. And we'll be all the day somewhere around the coffee or during the break to talk more, because we just start the conversation and we'll continue because we still need to push internet together. Thank you. Anna, over to you.
Have any slides. I just want to correct one, update actually. On JD's slide, it says 137,000 members. Now we are at 150,000 members. So if anyone is not a member, you are missing on a lot. So please join us. And now we will have with us Maud, who is the president of the Ghana chapter, Internet Society Ghana chapter. She will be presenting about the wonderful work of the chapter for this year.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maud Ashon Elliott, first female president of the Ghana chapter, and I'm proud of that. In fact, I have to mention that everywhere I go. And this is our first year. We are not even a year yet, but we make sure that every month there's an activity, every month. We are living to our goal of making sure that internet is for everyone. How do I do that? Okay. Good. So we are living to our mission and vision, making sure that the internet is for everyone. We are looking at it as internet is a fundamental human right. And I guess if we perceive it that way, we'll do everything possible to make sure that everyone in our country is connected. And thankfully to ISOC Foundation, we get to have some form of funding to help live to that mission and vision. So in Ghana, this year, the year is not yet over, but we've been doing a lot. We've been making sure that every month we have some form of activity, and we celebrate the month. January, for instance, it's a data protection month, and we make sure that, we have webinars, we have talks, we have media engagement. February, Online Safety Month, we're all over the country. In fact, this year, our motto mainly is to really go out there and preach the online safety agenda. The youth and all persons need to know what is going on with the use of technology, and we did that with several media engagements, radio, TV, webinars, and all that. And in March, International Women's Day, and as well, in Ghana, normally everybody knows that I do preach the gender thing, speaking for women, going out there, encouraging women to join the STEM industry, and that is what we've been doing, and the women have been fabulous. Apart from just webinars, we organize practical sessions, especially not just for women, but we push the women agenda just to also, because if we don't do that, we need to be intentional about it to bring them into the space. So we give them practical lessons as well. One thing that has helped, boost what we've been doing is partnerships. We have a lot of partnerships with governments, other CSOs, NGOs, everyone who is having the same mission and vision as we have. And we believe that it's in collaboration that you grow faster and bigger. So that is a strategy we have used as a chapter to grow. Another thing that our chapter has been interested in is to grow our members in the area of policy development. We say that now when to have that kind of engagement, you don't want to be the only people going to the table to discuss policy. You need to develop members to even know how to have that kind of critical thinking. And in that vein, we partner with other institutions to make sure our members are part of these kind of fellowship for them to grow. We are on the seat, we're part of IGF, so Ghana chapter is part of the MAG, and we do that. And another way to grow people is not only having about just 4 executives. We have committees. We let people engage and then participate fully. Else we cannot grow as fast as we're doing. So these are all the strategies. This year, we partnered with Lynx. They came to Ghana to help with the data exchange arena. And then, in fact, what we are doing here is to build capacity for the engineers in the internet space as Internet Society Ghana chapter. This is what we do. Go around, especially the secondary schools, the junior high schools, to do digital literacy and to talk about online safety. And it's all over Ghana, and we're doing that. So the strategy is train the trainers, the people who connect with the student, the youth. Those are the teachers, the mothers. We need to let them know what these youth are doing and what we can do, and we've been doing that. This what you see here, what you see on this board, you see the woman. On Saturdays, we encourage them, whilst we are training their children, we encourage parents to also join them during the weekends. Sit in the class with them. We want the parents to know what their children are learning. And when we use this strategy, it's interesting. They encourage their children to attend these events. And then it made it easy. Another strategy we use is to have digital training for persons who had completed junior high schools, doing their own jobs, but do not have digital literacy. So we do that in their own free time, either during weekends, either in the evenings, or holidays. Most public holidays. I saw Ghana is all over the country doing some form of advocacy. We participate in all ISOC events. We have the 1 million coders program in Ghana, which the government of Ghana, instituted. But the role of ISOC Ghana is to make sure that whilst these coders or these persons have been trained, ours is to make sure to look at handling the monitoring and evaluation aspect of it. After the training, where are these people? Are they using the skills? So that is our role here, which we propose to government, and we are doing for them as a chapter. So these are very few other things, a lot of engagement. The rest of the year, in October is Encryption Month. We are going to get involved fully. In November, we are going around about 3 secondary schools in other regions to also talk about online safety and also some form of encryption training. In December, we'll be involved with the DNS Forum and other things. And we want to really thank the elders of the chapter, especially Prof. Nee. It's important that whilst we are carving this path, the elders will help us use the right one. And that is what is growing us. We are not growing just as a chapter, and all the former executive, all the former presidents are engaged. Everyone is involved, and that is our strategy. And thank you for coming to Ghana. I hope you are enjoying Ghana, and then have a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you, Maud. This afternoon, we will have Maud again with us to explain to us how the chapter can engage these young people and all this community to do these activities, and what's their strategy in getting the community engaged. This is very impressive. Thank you, Maud. The next session would be about the Evolving Community Network. On this session, again, we will have JB with us today. JB will be with us on most of the panels. So the goal of this session is to present and promote on the Internet Society community-centered connectivity. This is a very important project that we would like you to know about. And after the short presentation, we will be joined by 2 experts, Stephen Ofuso and Barbara Muthoko, who are already working on existing community network operators. So, JB.
So, thanks again for this opportunity. So, So so I will maybe present quickly how we think we can build together community networks, and later we'll be joined by someone from Ghana. We have deployed operating community network, and he will share, I will say, the situation in Ghana. And we'll also request someone from Kenya. As we may know, there is a community network. It's a good movement improving connectivity in Kenya from policy perspective, from the regulatory, but from the community. And someone from Kenya will share also a perspective. And we think that the two contribution will maybe help us to see how, as a team, as a community, we can maybe bring more people from our region, from our country online. So the agenda for this presentation, I will maybe highlight some key challenge when we want to connect more people. And I will present to you what we call today at Internet Society community-centric connectivity. And just to have, there is, I will say, a lot of narrative around community networks. So we'll let you know what we think about. And later we will also share with you some enabler we think that can support community network development. So as I was saying, from some data, there is around 2.6 billion people still unconnected. And we all know that in Africa, there is a huge line. And we also agree that connectivity is essential for, as I was saying in my previous talk, for education, for any corner of our life today, we need connectivity. We need to be connected, or we need to go through connectivity to be able to do something. And the growth is not maybe in the level of growth is not maybe what we want, because they still have a gap between what we have achieved and what we need to achieve to have everyone online. And here, there is also some need. You remember that there was some national conference where a lot of community commit maybe to work on this and to achieve a part of this global gap. So before maybe we present what we understand by community-centered connectivity, it's good maybe to highlight some key challenges. Here, there are few. Availability. Sometimes we can invest, we can deploy infrastructure. Maybe for many reasons, it can be power, it can be maybe civil work. You know that in many of our country, we still have some building to do, we still have some road to do, and sometimes there is, I will say, no between all those institutions which maybe bring out. So we need to bring connectivity, we need to build an infrastructure, but we need to be sure that people have the service available anytime. Another thing is the cost. Yesterday there was a session when we were talking about the cost of internet in Ghana 30 years ago. The capacity was really short and small, but the price was high. Today, with mobile penetration, we have better coverage, and in general in the main city, but this cost sometimes is not, those who are living in the rural area cannot access it because it's still high for them. So how we can maybe try to reduce this gap. Another thing is also the adoption, because there is sometimes people don't, sometimes for some reason, don't want to adopt new technology for many reasons. And you have also people who have some disabilities, they have maybe some physical restriction. How we can include all those people in this connectivity challenge. And for some reason, in some of the country, I would say as well, Africa, there is a need sometimes to have a refresh of our regulatory framework. Why? Because today, if we want to develop some community network, how those people will deal with the regulator in terms of, I would say, frequency, in terms of, it means that no sometime in the regulatory framework to be able to grant, I will say, some free, space to be able to achieve. So this means that somewhere on national level or in regional level, we need to make some kind of refresh. I know also that there is some organization, how we can maybe put together those community organizations with a commercial one. So what is the balance? What is the collaboration? How, as commercial operator, I can see community network in development in some area, maybe where I'm not operating for maybe some marketing region. There is also some digital literacy and so on. So in order maybe to bring more online, we try at Internet Society maybe to provide our understanding of community network. As I was saying, depending on some organization, maybe how they address or how the narrative is built could be different. But here we'll try to present you what we think we can maybe work on to bring as alternative to bring more people online. So our approach here will maybe take in consideration 3 or 4 pillars. One will be availability, affordability, and adoption. As I was explaining before, we need to take in consideration those key pillars when we come time to see how to address, how to bring more people online. So you have here some, I think, for those who was on ISOC booth, there was some, I think, papers you can collect and maybe go through the details. So here for us, we can build community network, or we can bring more people in different way, because we do have some county, some municipality, and maybe sometime for some reason they are not well connected. They are maybe far from the main city in the country, but we can maybe work with them, and maybe they can build a kind of network for their people. We can also have in most of our country what we call cooperative. It will be cooperative for something else. We can build on those cooperatives and see how to bring internet to them, to bring connectivity to them, and they will use this connectivity to improve or to make better what they are doing. We are also some small internet service provider. They do not have the big player. So what kind of space we can give them, what kind of support we can give to be able to address a corner of the country and to get people online. And we have also what you call here some indigenous network. I think this kind of thing, calling is most used in other cities, like if you in West or in the North America globally. So there is some indigenous network they try to build. So for us, if we want to bring more people online, we can maybe check on those criteria here, which one work in our country. And a part of those community, there is a need to maybe check a little bit or go through a little bit some enabler, because one thing is to find community, but is the national framework, regulatory framework, there is maybe some barriers who can maybe block our movement. So the first one is, for us, capacity building. Why we think that capacity building is something we need to consider. If I want to deploy a network, for example, in Kumasi or maybe Tamale, for some Baku here, if I want to send engineer from Accra to Baku, some costs. And if I want him to stay here, it will bring some costs, some operational costs to get this connectivity network live. So what we are trying to do here is to educate people from the respective community and to let them know how maybe to build antenna, to let them know how to maintain this operational issue. And it could help to drop the cost. And we can also teach to those who have expertise how to design and deploy community network themselves. They do not need to outsource some managing services, some service, and get them managing outside. So this afternoon, we'll present some content already available, access to them online, and also be delivery in person or those dedicated community to let them know how to deploy, but also assess the readiness of the community, because it's good to assess, see, are we ready to find what we can do, what are the gap? So we have some content who can help community this, and it's for free. So it like just need to bring your community, and I think after this afternoon, my colleague will go through this. The second thing is the financing mechanism. Because for us, if we build from, I would say, foreign fund, and there is no mechanism to maintain, to get something sustainable in long-term perspective, it could block our initiative. So here you have, we know that in the beginning, community maybe will be in the position where they need some initial capital. But we need to work with them, and that is why to let them know what could be the business model they can build in order to be independent in future. And to come anytime, oh, I need to apply to a grant, I need to apply, and the day there is no grant, there is no network, and we become on ground zero. And we need also maybe to have a kind of opportunity in country. It can be from different level. It can be maybe yesterday, I think someone was a universal fund. Maybe universal fund can be used. I know that in some country it's used to develop some community network, but it can be something also we can bring with other organization to. We can also try to have some grants. We need a kind of mechanism where agency and we can assess the community and be sure that. So through the due diligence, so we can assess community and be sure that the money we are are sending to them are using in the way we have defined. So here we are trying to maybe propose some kind of thing people maybe can explore. It depends on what we have in the country, what are the law, what the regulation allowed, and what are also policy allowed in the country. One of the things we want also to showcase here, we can be a big barrier for the development of community network. It's anything regarding, I would say, licensing. I think most, maybe something our colleague from regulatory board can check, because most of the regulatory framework in our country, community network was not, for most of them, include, which means that if you want to address this, it becomes a challenge. So it's like we need to have a kind of, maybe, I will not say deviation, but how to make inclusive, because we have a gap, we need to achieve the gap. What are the reform we need to do in the regulatory framework? And for some country, you can have a dedicated license for community network with a clear definition of their role and their area of services. Maybe school, hospital, some gov institution in the city. We need also, when there is, the community network have been included in the regulatory framework, we need to make things easy for them. If the process is really complicated, it means that it will take many, many time for them to finalize the process before maybe start supplying equipment and going to the development. And so for the sex spectrum, I think there is a need here to check on our regulatory framework if there is any barrier, and maybe try to see how to mitigate them. So spectrum management, it's again linked to regulatory parts. So what are the provision we have put in place to take those infrastructure in consideration? So to summarize, as Internet Society, we propose some small grant to help community. We propose also some capacity building, but we are also advocating for the reform of framework where there is a need. I think some parts like capacity building will be more developing this afternoon. And so I will maybe stop here and invite my panelists. They should be online. So 1 minute, please. So Stephen Ofusu, are you online? Tech team, if you can check if we have Stephen Ofusu online. Stephen? We have also Barbara Toka. Barbara was there yesterday, but yeah, Stephen? Is Barbara Motuku online? Good morning. Okay. So, so thanks for joining, Stephen. So let me try to add Barbara, and we'll go for our short panel. Barbara? Yeah, thanks for joining, and we appreciate your effort, because Barbara left us yesterday here in Accra, and she just landed in Nairobi, but she agreed to join us for this panel and share what I would say Kenya perspective. So, yeah, thank you. So I do have some questions, just to Stephen first. Can you introduce yourself and maybe share with us the current overview you have from on community network development in Ghana? Stephen? So let's start with Barbara. Time for Stephen maybe to fix the technical issue. So Barbara, so same question to you. We know that there is Kenya.
Hello?
Yeah, Stephen, I will come to you.
Yeah, I was not allowed to speak. I was not part of the panelists. I think I was just allowed. So my name is Stephen Fosu from Step Network. Step Network. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Tech team, can you make him speaker? Yeah, he's speaker now. Stephen, what I propose, maybe let me allow Barbara to speak. Time for you maybe to fix technical issue, and we can come later to you. Does that work? So, Barbara, same question to you. As I was saying, Kenya is becoming community network planet. So maybe we are happy to hear from you. What is the current overview you have? What have been maybe the source of the key success? And what are the community we are addressing? And yeah, just for us to learn from your experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean-Baptiste, and thank you so much for everybody and for this opportunity. So my name is Barbara Mudoka. I work for AFCHICS as a program manager. We launched a community networks, actually 4 community networks across 4 different countries between 2018 and 2022, and one of them being in Kenya. The others are Morocco, Senegal, and Namibia. So I'll speak about the Kenyan one. The overall development of community networks. Right now, currently in Kenya, we have about 45 community networks that both unlicensed and licensed, where 10 are officially licensed by the authority and the others are either just operating where they're giving service to the community rather than looking at regulation. And the other 35 other could be waiting for licensing and all that. Our process was really good and long. We decided to use a model where we set up our community networks within schools, public schools, especially with the change of our Kenyan curriculum, education curriculum, where it moved more to internet use. And so we thought it would be a great idea to enable rural schools to have internet and be able to be at par with other private schools across the country. And so we set up in 8 public schools, and we were able to connect about, actually, as we finished the project, we were able to connect about 13 schools, where about 5,000 to 6,000 students were able to access the internet, use it for their schooling, use it for their tutorials, to do their exams. And then the model that we used was the community around would get fixed internet connection in their homes at an affordable rate, and then also have Wi-Fi hotspots that would then pay for access. So the plan was to ensure that the community supports the community network infrastructure by paying into it, even as we were bringing in donor funds to support that. So that the Association of Community Networks in Kenya is looking to connect up to create at least 100 community networks, and we're now at 45. And so I think we're getting there. The aim is to have at least 100 or more by 2030. And I think that we're doing a good job in trying to make that happen. You asked a lot of questions, Jean-Baptiste, so maybe you could guide me on what else to answer.
So, is there any regulation provision who support the development of this and how have this have been done?
Yes, so our communications authority released the licensing of community networks in 2021. And our community network in Kenya was about the first one to get registered and licensed. However, the framework was a long process. It took us about 1.5 years to get our license in our hands. And it was quite a long process, the technical requirements where we were enabling the community to register a community-based organization to then use that to register as the entity that would run the community network. And then the communications authority had to come and do checks, ask questions, technical questions. There was a security check by the Department of Security, and then another check happened, and then maybe a few months after that is when we got our license, and that is 1.5 years. I do hope right now it has increased, but you can see that we have 45 community networks currently running, but the majority of them are not licensed. So that process, I think, needs to be simplified, as you were saying in your presentation. And also, I think the awareness of the communications authority giving this license is not there, especially in the rural areas and in other communities that don't have access to the internet, either through mobile data or commercial connections. And so there's, I think, a bit of work for the regulator to educate and make the process simple.
Thanks a lot, Barbara. So I will go to Stephen. So same question to you, Stephen. Tell us, you know that you have deployed and you are maintaining community network in Ghana. So can you maybe share your history with us and maybe let us know maybe if there is any key takeaway on this for Ghana perspective? Yeah, Stephen?
Yeah, good morning. I think it was a little technical challenge here. I'm Stephen from, I hope I can be heard over there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm from STEP Network. STEP Network is an organization that supports communities to build their own networks, and then we also specialize in community networks. So in Ghana, community networks vary in size and are led by different groups, from local communities to NGOs, and then to government agencies. So this network aims to bring connectivity access to rural areas. So we have organizations like NITA, GFEC, which are also helping in promoting connectivity in these rural areas. STEP Network. STEP Network.
Stephen?
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm having a little challenge with your Zoom. Okay, it's okay now. Please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So STEP Network, we have established 4 community networks in Ghana. Summer Boy Community Network that was established in 2021 in the western part of Ghana. We have the Kuntu Community Network, also established in 2022 in the central region of Ghana. We have the Joponet Wireless in Koforidua, the eastern part, and then we have the current one that was supported by ISOC Foundation and 48%. That's the Bruben Community Network that is located in also eastern region, but on an island. So what we did was that these community networks are built as a result when the pandemic started. With Bruben, where they have no connectivity, so mostly we call these communities virgin communities, where there's no connectivity. So what we did mostly is we do community engagement. We approach the community, we identify their needs, and then we come out in establishing these community networks. So in Ghana, as my sister said, we have a lot of challenges when it comes into setting up community network. We don't have any policy framework that is governing community network in Ghana. We don't have a regulatory policy for community networks. So because of that, we are not able to expand this network to most of the communities, because we are afraid that when we expand this thing, we may have issue with the communication authorities. So we just do this community network in a very small areas that is most important. Can you ask the next question? I think if you...
So you have started talking about challenge with a lack of maybe provision on regulatory framework in Ghana. But for you, what community network can help to address in terms of gap and bring people online? Is there any maybe value think we can put on the table and see how maybe we can have support from other organization or the government to be able to develop in the same way like in Kenya?
Yes, I spoke with the ISOC Ghana chapter president so that we can collaborate and then come out with a framework that can help to advocate for policies to support community network in Ghana. So I think we are having a discussion with the ISOC, and then we see how best we can come out with a policy that will be accepted. You know, most of the time, these agencies do not know the importance of community networks. And then some of them also think, especially the big ISPs, think that community network is there to compete with them, which it is not true, because community network, most of the time we leverage on these big ISPs to provide connectivity for these rural areas. So what community network is doing is that it's bridging the gap where those big network are refusing to connect these people. That is where community network goes there also to support. So it's all about letting the agencies know the importance of community network in the communities.
Thanks, Stephen. So I think we do have 10 minutes before the end of the panel. So I will maybe check in the room or online if there is some question for my panelists on the subject of community network. Question online or, yeah.
Alors,
Yeah.
Moi, ma question, c'est par rapport au ISOC sur le réseau Internet communautaire là. Je ne sais pas, qu'est-ce que vous faites pour réduire la fracture numérique? Dans ce sens, je m'en vais voir comment est-ce que vous faites avec l'avènement de Starlink. Est-ce que vous avez cette opportunité pour pouvoir mettre en place? Parce que quand je vois le nombre de réseaux communautaires qui sont mis en place, il y a quand même une lenteur. Est-ce que vous avez vraiment prévu d'utiliser ce genre d'opportunités pour multiplier et donner peut-être une chance à un truc un peu plus élevé à la jeunesse de pouvoir accéder à l'Internet avec un coût vraiment réduit? Voilà, merci.
So, merci pour la question. Yeah, another one, yeah, before. If your question is for Barbara or Stephen or me, just let us know. But the first one, I think it's for me.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Togo from Garnet. The question is for all of you. I want to, first of all, find out how big are these communities and what kind of infrastructure is deployed in this community and how the community members are able to access, or what kind of means they use to access these services that is deployed in the community? And what kind of capacity are they using for the deployment? Thank you.
Thank you. Two more questions. Okay. South Sudan.
Thank you, John. The question is for you, for the first presentation.
Okay.
Actually, number one, I saw in your first presentation that there are 79 organization members.
Yeah.
And I looked at it, Lesotho is a regulatory authority who is also a member.
Yeah.
While I feel like there are challenges between the ISOC and the regulatory bodies, because ISOC looks at internet for everyone, open, inclusive, while the regulators will always look at national security and state control and so on.
Yeah.
So I don't know, how do you go around with these challenges? The next thing also is the policy gap. Barbara has mentioned that they took 1.5 years to get the license. But our issues as regulators is policy and policy frameworks. So with these issues of policy frameworks, if it is not, these community-centered networks are not there, yes, our intentions as regulators is bridging the digital divide. But it should be within a policy framework. So if it is not included, I think people need a dialogue first to see how we can include the communities in this framework, say that they can be licensed, because for us, we have policy and oversight as regulators. So this is the second question. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
yeah. Okay.
So here first.
Yeah.
So I think we'll close the queue. Yeah.
Okay. My question is actually to the two presenters.
Yeah.
We know that the justification for community networks is usually to drive connectivity to areas that are unconnected or underserved. But you also find that they are unserved or underserved because they are not economically viable. Now, I'm wondering, how do you address the issue of backhaul? Because that really is the crux of the cost. Now, you are going to get backhaul from commercial providers, and you expect to provide internet to communities that cannot afford commercial rates. How do you manage to ensure sustainability within that model? Thank you.
Thank you. So, here first, ensuite on vient à toi.
Bonjour, je vais parler en français. C'est Amadou Hassan de l'ARCEP du Niger. Alors, je pense que la question que je voudrais poser, M. Papati, il a déjà soulevé ça, c'est par rapport toujours à la question du régulateur. Parce que c'est qu'on a compris que tous les deux présentateurs, ils ont parlé du challenge qu'ils ont avec le régulateur par rapport à l'acquisition de la licence. Et ça complique un peu la tâche pour eux. Bon. Le régulateur, il est là pour vraiment prendre et pour sécuriser. Donc, forcément, il va falloir respecter la règle. Merci. Je pense qu'il a pris tout ce qu'il a dit, c'est vraiment ce que je voulais dire. Donc, pas besoin de répéter, quoi. Merci.
So here, the last one here, and we are sure that there is nobody here. So.
Bonjour à tous, merci Jean-Baptiste. Ma question, c'est de savoir quels sont les critères clés.
Est-ce que c'est possible de dire de quel pays, quelle institution?
Kéziapoga, du régulateur ivoirien, l'autorégulation de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, ma question, c'était de savoir quels sont les critères clés pour que ISOC puisse accompagner un pays comme la Côte d'Ivoire de manière prioritaire. Donc, quels sont les critères clés pour un accompagnement prioritaire pour un pays comme la Côte d'Ivoire?
D'accord, merci. So,
okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I need clarification on some things, and it's a known fact that even we that live in the cities, we pay to get connected to the internet. So when we talk of community networks, is it that members of the community are connected free of charge to these community networks, or they are connected at a subsidized rate? That is the first one. The second one is for networks to be up, we know at the background there are some financial implications. Network engineers need to be on their toes to make sure things are up when there's need for patch. So I believe there's a monetary aspect at the background. So I want to ask, for those who have successfully deployed community networks, is there any business model they build around this so they can be able to at least make the financial applications to keep these networks up? Thirdly, I'm interested in knowing or having an idea of the bandwidth that is being used to support these community networks that have been deployed, because it is possible for us to say we've deployed community network and the bandwidth we have is not really supporting or being able to carry the traffic that is being generated in these community networks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Shehu Mohammed.
Okay. So, question from online.
Online.
Yeah.
Question from OM Tessa. He asks, can you tell us what this community-centered connectivity enhances? Can you tell us how this community-centered connectivity enhances affordability and adoption?
Thank you. So thanks a lot for all the questions. Anna, we do have 10 minutes. Okay, good. So what I propose, I will try to reply to the question, maybe more linked to ISOC, and I will let Barbara and Stephen cover the other question. So for the question relating to how we come to have a relationship with a regulatory in Lesotho, so it's simple. As Internet Society, we support everywhere, any organization where we could define, I would say, a goal together, which means that we'll not intervene in your core operation or your core organization. We don't go on that side. What we try to do, and it's possible for any organization in Africa, we just need to define through a memorandum of understanding what are the area we want to push together. As I was saying when presenting, for some country, it could be, please come and help us to develop internet exchange points. And we'll put this area like focus point in the MOU. They can say also, we need your expertise or come and maybe help us to run or to push on capacity building from the content you already have in several areas. And we put all those domains in the MOU, and we work only on this side. Will not influence the way you are regulating your. We just we can just share some best practices. For example, if there is a need of regulation refresh, we can tell you, please, maybe try to contact the Kenya Regulatory Board. They can share with you how they come to take in consideration community network in their regulatory framework. So we can be a kind of peering infrastructure between organizations. We can bring best practice, and we can support in key areas. And I think Lesotho is maybe the one we join ISOC as a member, but there is other country where we have some MOU with. For example, we have an MOU with ECOWAS to support some key activity, which means that we only push in that side. And if any country is welcome, we can walk and see what is possible in that side. So for IETCI, I think it is the same question. Nous avons, je pense, une discussion en cours avec IETCI où on a défini un certain nombre d'axes de collaboration. Et ces axes de collaboration-là, sauf erreur de ma part, les points et les réseaux communautaires sont dans la liste. Donc, une fois que ce cadre de collaboration est signé, on peut accompagner formellement via ce cadre. Mais en attendant, s'il y a un besoin d'appui sur quelque chose de spécifique où vous estimez que ISOC peut apporter une contribution, on est ouvert pour en parler. En attendant que la preuve est que l'année passée, vous nous avez aidé à organiser le West African Peering à Abidjan, alors qu'il n'y avait même pas de MOU. Ça veut dire que c'est possible pour toutes les organisations dès lors qu'on définit l'axe de collaboration. So, for my friend from, I think it's from Niger, quand on déploie les réseaux communautaires, ISOC apporte l'expertise. Et c'est les communautés qui définissent, on les accompagne dans l'achat des équipements. Et c'est eux qui font le choix du partenaire de connectivité. Si là où ils veulent opérer, il n'y a pas de réseau fixe disponible et que la solution, c'est Starlink et que Starlink est autorisé dans le pays, ils peuvent l'utiliser. Mais par exemple, si une communauté applique chez ISOC Foundation pour un réseau communautaire et que dans leur proposition, ils disent qu'ils vont utiliser Starlink, les équipes qui font la révision, donc la sélection, vont s'assurer est-ce que Starlink est autorisé à opérer dans le pays d'abord. Si Starlink n'est pas autorisé, ça veut dire qu'il peut y avoir des échanges pour leur dire la sortie Internet que vous voulez utiliser n'est pas possible. Donc, ils vont aller en collaboration avec un acteur local. Donc, nous ne rentrons pas dans le choix, je dirais, dans certains détails dans le pays. Nous apportons les bonnes pratiques. Nous conseillons sur ce qui marche ailleurs en s'assurant que les choix technologiques qui sont faits sont accessibles ou peuvent maintenir quelque chose sur le long terme. Donc, je ne sais pas si ça répond un peu à ta question. So, I think there was some question about business. The other question, what I propose, Barbara, maybe you can wrap up on and tackle a number of questions, and we will also do the same with Stefan. Maybe 3-4 minutes for you.
Okay, I'll try and put all the answers in one. Regarding the success of our community networks, I think what we can say as AFCHICS really helped us was the partnerships that we had and the collaborations that we did. We had a donor funds that enabled us to now set up the actual physical infrastructure, which was, we did mass installations and used wireless and microwaves to ensure that the Wi-Fi is getting to the schools and to the homes in those areas. Our model, we were also able to buy like CPEs for the fixed wireless network connections for our community members, whilst in schools, I remember somebody asked about the cost. So our model was we co-located our masts in the schools, and the schools would get internet for free, whilst now we would connect the community members in their homes with free the wireless connections, and they would pay a subsidized amount to be able to get connected, which then this money would go back into the pool that would then help us pay for the internet. We also partnered with Kenet, the local NREN, which is even more low cost than commercial players, and that enabled us to be able to pull the internet and be able to pay Kenet at a subsidized price. And now they're also shifting to fiber, and so that is even going to be cheaper for the community network to handle, especially due to most of the cost was for the infrastructure part in terms of the wireless and the internet, because they would pull it from a local university that was close to the community to set it up. With regards to the bandwidth, they were giving us up to 70 Mbps to cover about maybe 10,000. Actually, at the maximum capacity, we were going to be able to have 2,400 homes connected and about 1,500 people being able to access our wireless hotspots that we put in different strategic places in the community. Next question. I think I need to just comment about the regulator. I think what John Baptiste said about just collaborating with the organizations that are talking about this internet, collaborating with the people who are on the ground who actually want internet, and having those conversations to ensure that you learn from those who already have the policies and frameworks, so that then you can start from somewhere. I would urge you to start. And even as you're talking about policy and talking about security and regulation, start having these conversations. And I think the people in the room there have the knowledge and the know-how on how to help you do that. Yeah, so our model was very simple, putting it in schools, having the community, the students access it, and the teachers use it for teaching, to also enable them to effectively utilize the new curriculum, but then also having the buy-in from the community members who have their children in those schools, have a way to pay into, you know, the education of the children through having connections in their homes or even the wireless hotspots. Yeah, I don't know if I've answered all the questions.
I think you cover some of them. Let's give opportunity to Stephen maybe to add on what you have shared. Stephen?
Yes, let me, regards to the size of the community, currently, Ruben is not only one community, it's about 5 communities coming together, making up a population of 27,000 plus. So most of the technology that we use is wireless, means that they use their phones to connect. You know, some of the communities like Ruben, like this, as I said, is a virgin community. The people do not know even what wireless is. And as I'm talking to you, we are about 1,020 people who are hooked to the infrastructure or the system, and they are using it. So it means that the community network has enhanced, and then the people has adopted that they are now having a lot of gadgets that they are accessing or utilizing this infrastructure. In regards to the backhaul, I mean, backhaul is one of the biggest challenge we face, especially when you are deploying community network in a very deprived community. Currently, I think before we started Broadband Community Network last year, when Starlink was not, how do you call it, it's not officially legalized in Ghana, we were leveraging on Telecel, then Vodafone, which we were paying $560 for 10 megabits per second to serve a community with population of 27,000 plus. With the help of Starlink, when finally Ghana adopts Starlink and it is legal to use it, we are now paying about $60 for almost 300 plus megabits per second. That's the capacity, which has now boosts the usage of the network. In regards to the business model, in Samaboy, what we did is that, these communities do not have money. We depend on our donors, like the iStock Foundation, 48% for funding. And sometimes most of these donors, when they give you, they are expecting you to sustain this networks. So what we did is that we have a local-based server that hosts some of the applications for these agencies, like the NGOs in the community, which they pay. And we use this money to support the community network. So I think that, time is fast spent, so I will end on this one, and then.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephen. I think seems that our time is over. So thanks for everyone online, but also in room for your contribution. As I said in the beginning, it just starting of a conversation. We have seen here some input from what is ongoing in Kenya, but also the initiative ongoing in Ghana. So I think here there is maybe a way to continue the collaboration and see how we can by updating what we have in terms of framework, how we can bring more people online. Thanks for your time and thanks for your session.
Thank you, JB. Well, this session shows pretty clearly how needed are community networks or community-centered connectivity. So I think we could have went for another hour discussing it because of the importance of this digital gap and the work on accessibility. Well, now we will give you a break, but after the break, we have a very interesting session about internet resilience in Africa. The session will have lots of numbers, so we will need some coffee, and then come back to learn about and discuss the internet resilience in Africa. Thank you.
Even as you take a break, I will really need your help filling in the survey that is in your inboxes for those who are joining us online and also those who are joining us on site. Kindly fill in the survey so that you can help us improve the AIS. Thank you.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is listening to thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their own institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and RE organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connecting Europe project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, GARNET, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are working on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network community. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, Eniro, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA building in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Internet Society Day. As I said before, this session will be about the Internet resilience in Africa. We will use data from the Internet Society Pulse platform. If you are not familiar with Pulse, we would really encourage you to go and check this platform. We will have with us online Amrish Fokker. He's the Internet Society expert on Internet measurement and data. And we will have also Kevin Chege. He's the Director for Internet Development and Internet Society. I hope Kevin and Amrish are already with us online. Can we check? So basically, during this session, you will learn how resilience is measured, why it matters, and we will discuss the internet resilience in Africa. Amrish, Kevin?
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, Amrish, we can hear you.
Perfect.
And we can see you too.
That's great. Kevin, you're starting.
Yes. I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, we can. Hi, Kevin. So I think, Amrish, you will be starting with the presentation, right?
Kevin is starting.
I'll start.
Okay.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Can you try again?
Yes, just a moment. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Kevin Chege. I will be making this presentation with Amrish on internet resilience, some work that we've been doing at ISOC for the last few years, and we'll also show you a bit of the data points we have from a dashboard we have called Pulse. So, why do we measure the internet? This session will mostly focus on internet measurements. And the reason we measure is mostly to be able to make an informed decision on how to improve our internet. So we want to know, are the measurements we have, are they real time? Are they measurements we can rely on? And how can we use them to improve the internet that we are using? Are there any gaps? Are there any areas for improvement? And also to advance our knowledge in terms of the environment we have for the internet. And as we all know, for the attendees of the Africa Internet Summit, the internet is for everyone, whether you're a network engineer or a researcher or a normal internet user. It's a multi-stakeholder environment. And at ISOC, we believe having accurate data about the internet can only help improve the internet for all of us. So in 2020, we developed a dashboard that we call Pulse. You can go to pulse.internetsociety.org. And it is a dashboard where we use to collect a lot of information from different sources and present data on the internet in a very simple to understand manner. And the data there also is for everyone, whether you're a researcher, policymaker, network operator, or engineer. The data there we hope is for you to be able to use it to improve your internet. We hope you're able to find it useful, and we're always happy to take more ideas and feedback on what you like and what could be improved on that dashboard. So a lot of the data we're going to show you in this presentation is from Pulse. So as we know, there are many ways that you can use to measure the internet. You can look at uptime, you can look at security-related metrics. You can also look at physical infrastructure in terms of what's available to make the internet work in our countries or in our regions. So what we decided to do is categorize some of the data in what we call focus areas. We have several focus areas. I'll start with what we call enabling technologies. And in this one, we look at key technologies that allow us to get online. For example, DNSSEC, TLS, IPv6, basically the technologies that we think enable us to have a better experience on the internet. We also measure internet shutdowns. Now, shutdowns, we measure what we call human, ordered shutdowns, if I can describe them that way. So not an outage. So an outage would be whereby there's been a fiber cut or an inadvertent, something that has happened inadvertently that has affected the internet from being online. So what we don't look at is outages. We're looking mostly at shutdowns. These are mostly shutdowns that have been requested by a government entity to either totally shut down the internet in a country or turn off some services, for example, social media in a country. So we measure those as well. We also look at internet concentration at countries. Here we're looking at how many local ISPs are there, what's the concentration of services, is the market competitive? If you go to a certain country, are you likely to get a wide array of service providers, or are you limited in the choices you have in terms of getting online? We also look at IXPs and interconnectivity in general, content quality and caching, how this point mostly to the infrastructure in a country and how data is reached in a country. If you're in Ghana, for example, is the data you have, or rather the content you're accessing, is most of it in Ghana, or are you accessing it from outside Ghana? We also look at the number of internet exchange points. So as we all know, IXPs are very important infrastructures. They help us keep a lot of the local content in the country local, and also helps us to keep traffic, reduce costs for the internet and keep traffic local to a country. Finally, we are going to look at one of the key areas which we've been working on for the last few years, which is internet resilience. Here we look at how good or how reliable is the internet in a country. And we are going to classify a bit more on this. I think this will be the bulk of our presentation today. But basically, internet resilience, we're looking at how resilient is the connection in a country, and how well can a country withstand an internet outage. So as we all know, outages happen a lot on the internet, and it's probably not, if we're going to experience an outage in a year, in a calendar year, but a matter of when. So internet resilience, when we were doing this work, which we started around 2020, along with our partners in this work who are APRENIC, and we decided to look at this from a certain statement which would work around. So we wanted to say, how can we work on internet resilience? What statement can we use to base the rest of our work on? And the definition we came with was a resilient data connection is one that maintains an acceptable level of service in the face of falls to normal operation. So that's the definition we use to work on the internet resilience focus area that we're going to present here. Now, outages happen all the time, as we're very familiar. So it's not a matter of if or when. When you go to the Pulse dashboard, we try to document some of the more impactful outages, if you can call them that way, outages that or affect several people in a country or in a region. And we'll try to do a bit of investigation on why did the internet go down, what could have been done to maybe restore services faster, or what could be done to improve the resilience in that country. Pointing to a couple of recent outages in the African region, last year there were two major fiber cuts that happened. The first one was in March as a result of a rock slide that took place on the coast of Cote d'Ivoire. I'm sure most of you in the room, if you're in West Africa, you felt the impact of this outage. It did affect several submarine cables in the region. And this affected a total of 13 countries in one way or another, all the way down to South Africa. And this outage it took about a month or about 6 weeks to restore fully. So when it happened, a number of countries experienced almost total outage. Some countries that had access to the submarine cable called Equiano were able to maintain uptime, but the main cables in the West African region were out for a significant period of time. Another outage happened in East Africa. This affected two main cables on the East African coast. These were the Seacom cable and the Easy cable. These were caused by a submarine, it was a submarine fiber cut caused by a ship's anchor dragging down in the port of South Africa. And this one affected mostly the East African countries. And what was seen at the time was the traffic that we do get. If you look at the traffic patterns in East and South Africa, we do have a lot of traffic between East Africa and South Africa because a lot of content is actually cached in South Africa. So at that time, for us, we're in the East African region, some of the larger CDNs, we couldn't access data that's hosted in South Africa. So it was not as significant as the one in West Africa, but enough to cause people to notice that there is something wrong. This also took maybe, I think, 4 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, to fully restore. But during that outage time, other cables were, traffic was rerouted through other cables, and some level of uptime was maintained. And that's what we're going to talk about here today in terms of resiliency. So resiliency, as we said, is the ability to maintain an operational link or network in the face of faults. So those two examples I've given are just examples of recent faults that happened to West and East Africa. So as we've seen, resiliency is something that we need to factor in as we design internet in our countries. So what are the key pillars we should have, or how can we decide, or to build out a network or infrastructure in a country so that there can be resilience? And we decided to divide this work into initially 4 key pillars. The first pillar is what we call infrastructure. So we look at what are the key physical infrastructures that enable us to get online. So these ones are, for example, submarine cables, internet exchange points, data centers, power providers, terrestrial fiber, so fiber between one country and another country cross-border fiber and also fiber that's dug on land, so not only submarine. So these are the physical infrastructures where we classify them and put all of them in this pillar we call infrastructure, and we try to see how well a country is doing on these key metrics. Second one is performance. This is probably a metric most of you have dealt with, where you just try to see how fast or how slow is the internet for me. So you go to speed test websites. I'm sure everyone has one or two popular ones that they like to check when you're having an experience, a degraded internet service experience. So here you're probably looking at how fast is your uplink speed, and more commonly, how fast is your downlink speed. So we get this data from open sources and try to evaluate in terms of, in this country, how good is the performance of the internet. And we also look at mobile data statistics in terms of, yes, you can get fixed fiber statistics, but also most people will get online most of the time on their mobile devices. So we also look at that performance. Third pillar is security. So as you know, you can have a good connection, you can have good, good performance, but if the connection is not secure or the routing that allows you to get online has not been done securely, you can experience a degraded service or even a very poor service if your network can be hijacked, for example, if the routing security is not done well, or a lot of traffic from bots and spam is coming from that network. So we also look at those metrics of security. How well is a country doing in terms of the metrics relating to security? And then finally, we look at what we call market readiness. How competitive is the market? Are there several ISPs? Can I come to Ghana, for example, and have a choice of several mobile network operators? And the reason we consider this as another pillar to consider resilience is the more competitive a market, the cheaper the costs are going to be, and also the more reliable the service you're going to have, because each ISP is going to try and have a very good product to sell citizens in a country. So the market readiness in a country is a very good indicator to see how good things are in a country. Recently, we've also been looking at environmental issues around maintaining uptime in a country. So as we know, natural disasters do occur. So we are looking at how we can add this as a pillar to consider for inter-resilience, so that countries that are perhaps affected by several natural disasters or are frequented, let's say by typhoons or other natural disasters, what effect does that have on resilience? So this is work in progress at the moment. So if you look at all those metrics and all those pillars that I mentioned, and the way we do it is we don't actually carry out the measurements ourselves as ISOC. We will look at open data and try to aggregate all the open data that's available. And then we put that through our Internet Resilience Index score calculator. And then we come up with a score for each country. And then with that, you can get an average score for all the countries around the globe. So globally, if you look at, we have data for about 190 countries or so now. The average internet resilience is about 45 over 100. So that means if you look at the key pillars, the 4 key pillars that I mentioned, there are areas where a country could be strong, but there are areas where some countries need to improve. And that, the way we present it, is a way that we hope, whether you're a regulator or a network operator, you can look at these metrics and know, okay, we're not doing very well on security, for example, or we're not doing very well on performance. So this is where we need to improve so that we can have a better internet resilience score. So the idea here is to make people or enable people have a way to make a very informed decision. So looking at regional resilience, Africa is a region with the least internet resilience compared to other regions, and the oceanic countries also not too far away, but Europe is a country with the highest resilience in terms of the 4 key pillars that I mentioned there of infrastructure, performance, security, and market readiness. So it means if you compare the data for most countries in Europe versus the data for most countries in Africa, the countries in Europe will score much higher on the 4 key pillars that I described. So by sub-region, now if you look at Africa now, we've seen Africa globally, we're comparing Africa to other regions, we are scoring at 33%. If you look at now each sub-region, The sub-region in Africa with the best score for internet resilience is Southern Africa. So you're looking at the countries towards the South Africa and neighboring around there. They do have better resilience metrics data for them, followed by North Africa, and then Eastern Africa, and then Western Africa, and then finally Middle Africa or Central Africa. So that's the ranking for the regional data that we have. Looking particularly at the host country for AIS this year, Ghana has a score of about 35 over 100 in terms of the metrics. We see the data we have from the open sources that I mentioned. We'll go a bit into some of the more sort of key metrics that we think would be of interest, or just to highlight a few things. So in terms of infrastructure, Ghana has a score of 35, market readiness 28, performance 35, and security 42. In terms of the other countries neighboring Ghana, the country with the highest internet resilience in Western Africa is Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire has a wide variety of submarine cables and a very competitive market. And if you go to the Pulse dashboard, we won't be able to open all the countries to see the different metrics. But if you look, you'll see exactly which sectors or which areas Cote d'Ivoire compares to, how Cote d'Ivoire does compared to other countries in Western Africa. So have a look at the Pulse dashboard for more details on the countries in Western Africa. Now, the data here is for each of the key pillars for Ghana. I apologize if it's a bit small in the room, but you can go to the Pulse dashboard and click on Ghana resilience and see a bit more detail. So under each key pillar, as I mentioned, the first one there on the left, top left, is infrastructure. You can see we look at the fiber ecosystem, we look at network coverage, we also look at number of IXPs, so a number of sort of the physical features that allow users in Ghana to come online. So we look at that and we've given rounded scores for each of those metrics. And then market readiness, similar thing. We're looking at the market competitiveness, how competitive is the market in Ghana, and those are the key metrics. We look at traffic localization and market structure. Next slide here is showing the other two pillars. Again, I apologize if it's a bit small, but do go to the page and have a look. And we will focus on the market readiness next with Amrish. So for security, Ghana scores 42, and below that, you can see some of the key metrics we look at. We're looking at HTTPS adoption, DNSSEC adoption, DNSSEC validation. So those are metrics focused more on security. And then for performance, we're looking at uplink speed, downlink speed. And for each of these sub-metrics, you can see more about the data source that we've used for that particular metric. So we will get a bit more into the market readiness focus area. So not focus area, rather the pillar for the internet resilience focus area shortly. So thank you. I'll now hand over to Amrish to talk about market diversity in Ghana. Amrish, I can drive the slides. Or you want to share your screen?
Let me share my screen. Okay. It's best, yes. There we go. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Kevin, for the first part, and hello everyone in the room. Market diversity is a quite important component because it is one of the 4 pillars, as Kevin mentioned. And when we were designing this framework, we thought that what could be the different pillars that we can take into account when talking about internet resilience. Obviously, I would say the technical pillars came to mind because they were the most obvious one. But we also thought that having something which is more showing how the market is behaving and how the market is enabling innovation and also providing diversity and competitiveness to the market is something important. And this is how we came up with the market diversity pillar. So in this pillar, there are one thing that we look at is market competition. So you would agree with me that you could as well have a very highly performing and highly resilient internet, but what if there is a lack of diversity, meaning that, okay, when there is a problem, and we have cases like that, and actually even in well-developed countries, where because of the fact that most of the population is using one provider, if there is one issue, one outage on that provider, the whole country goes down. And this is not good in terms of diversity. We have also seen that diversity of operators brings also market competition, and this brings the price down and provides better affordability to for the internet. And in the case of Ghana, for example, the market competition is poor because we have seen that 80% of the market share is basically dominated by one operator. This can't come here, basically MTN. But this is not an exceptional case. Very few countries have, I would say, a completely diverse market structure because of the fact that a lot of countries, internet operations has been carried out by the incumbent operator or by one single operator. A lot of countries are still in the what we call the poor and the very poor basket in terms of market competition. But we are seeing some trends, and it is actually good to see what's happening in some countries. So when you put some policies in place, like allowing new operators to come and operate in the market, you increase your market diversity, and therefore this can help the overall resilience of the ecosystem itself. Again, looking at the top, comparing Ghana to other countries. So we are taking Ghana because Ghana is a host country, but you feel free to go on the Pulse platform. You can pick your country and then see how the situation is. We compared Ghana to other countries like Brazil. So Brazil is a good example. Brazil being a very big country, there is no one or two single operators. There are many hundreds of operators because most of them work on a regional basis. And then because of that, there has been a very a big need for networks within Brazil to interconnect. And thanks to that, because of the fact that the market was so diverse and so spread, internet exchange points have become a quite important infrastructure in those countries, allowing all those networks to interconnect and to exchange traffic. And today, Brazil is a very good example of how a robust internet ecosystem is, and how different networks can easily come in and interconnect and exchange traffic, usually at a very low cost. So just so you know, I think Brazil has in terms of peering, has the highest volume of traffic on the advanced exchange on peering. Unfortunately, that's not the case for some of the countries in Africa, where we're still reliant, unfortunately, on international connectivity to exchange traffic, because first, we do not have all the content providers within the region, and secondly, we are still, and secondly, the lack of interconnection between countries, because also the lack of internet exchange points is such that operators are obliged and are forced to use international connectivity. So no wonder, as Kevin mentioned, is that when there was an outage in Côte d'Ivoire, not only people in West Africa got impacted, but a lot of African countries, whether it is from Angola to South Africa, even to East Africa, got impacted because of an issue that is happening in West Africa. And this is because there's still a high reliance on submarine cables for connectivity. But nothing not everything is bad about Ghana. So we have seen quite a drastic improvement in terms of penetration. So while there is a concentration, yes, but we have also seen a lot of investment happening. And Ghana has one of the highest internet penetration rate on the continent, which is actually good to see. We also look at the performance. So this is the average upload and download speed on the box on the left that is being provided by Ookla, and this is quite a decent threshold. In terms of coverage, also quite good. 99% of Ghana is actually covered by at least 4G. And we were talking about costs. Ghana, we measure costs by what we call the GNI, gross national income. So the percentage of GNI. So basically, it's how much a person is earning, and what is the percentage of that earning that is used to buy connectivity, and it is less than 1%. Looking at another important factor, which is about international connection. So as you know, an operator can connect to different providers. It so happens that some operators would only connect to one provider. But for example, here in the case of MTN, international upstream diversity is very good. And that's because MTN has been putting effort in making sure there is a diversity of providers, so that in case of an outage, there is always an option to route traffic on some other path. So outages happen, and they can have quite a big impact. So these are examples. For example, the first one is in Canada, where Rogers had an outage, and it meant a lot of people were disconnected, but also there was emergency services couldn't even access internet or operate, basically. So you could see how the impact of connectivity on the life of people is actually important. We had the same issue in Italy, and also more or less the same issue in Australia. Australia is an interesting case where you have a high level of concentration, because again, there is one big provider that is providing internet connectivity to the whole country. And when something bad happens, a big chunk of the country is disconnected. So this is what happened in Australia, where the outage lasted for 10 hours, and more than 400 million businesses and more than 10 million people were impacted. And this is because of some configuration issues that happened on BGP. So if we need to compare Ghana with some other countries, in that case, we are using Australia. So Ghana has a internet resilience score of 35%, and Australia almost 60%. Market competition is very poor, unfortunately, in Ghana, but as you can see, even for a well-developed country like Australia, market competition is poor. What you see in Ghana is one operator has 80% of the market share, and in Australia, it was 40%. This is what we had get as speed, and this is what you get as average internet cost, which is quite comparable. And so this is, I think Ghana is doing quite well on this front. So how do we do now to reduce the impact of outages and improve performance? These are our recommendations. Policymakers and the regulatory authorities need to understand that market diversity is not a threat to the ecosystem, but actually it is going to reinforce the ecosystem and create robustness. Peering is something important. So if there is not enough peering, it is important that we reinforce the local web and create more interconnections between operators, so that the traffic is exchanged locally, content is hosted locally, and then this will create the enabling ecosystem, attracting international players, but also but also attracting local players, create an environment where local players can also thrive. So we did a quick comparison between 2023 and 2025, and as you can see, some countries move from different categories. So we had the category of very good in terms of internet resilience, good, fair, poor, and very poor. And some countries, based on the policies that they have put in place over time, has moved from one category to the other. So one example we have is that Chile or Armenia or Iraq had were fair in terms of internet resilience, but could move up the ladder because they've put in place, or for example, if we see more data centers, or if we see more internet exchange points, or more networks connecting to the internet exchange points, the internet resilience score would increase. So change can happen, and change can happen fast. So as you can see here, this is market share information. So market share is how much one operator has the number of subscribers. And as you can see, things has been changing over time in Iraq, for example, here in Venezuela. So if you put the right policies in place and the right enabling environment, you can increase market diversity, and the market share of different providers can be as such that there is more robustness within the country. Now let's have a look at peering itself. So in Ghana, we have 2 internet exchange points where 45 members are connected. So this is roughly around 13% of all local networks are connected to those IXPs. And if we put all the capacity, the peering capacity of the networks, we have around 650 gigabytes in terms of capacity. So 13% is, I would say, an okay number, but there is still room for improvement. We want this number to grow, to have more members to connect to the internet exchange points, so that there is more local traffic exchange. And one thing which IXPs plays an important role is actually attracting content delivery networks. When you have an IXP which is functioning and operating, on the side you have it also hosting facilities. It is actually a fertile ground for content providers to come and put their caches. And this is good because, one, it reduces reliance on international bandwidth, which is sometimes or most of the time costly. And secondly, it is also increasing the quality of experience by reducing latency to those access. And we did a study at the Internet Society. So we looked at the top 1,000 websites that are the most visited in Ghana, and the numbers are quite good. So around 49% of the top 1,000 websites that are the most popular in Ghana are actually fetched locally. And as you can see, the average for Africa is around 36%. So in that regards, kudos to Ghana, where the numbers are looking quite good. So obviously, we encourage operators to do more and to increase that level of locally cached content. So how do we improve things? We can only improve things if we measure. And there are different techniques, tools, and instruments to measure, but an important aspect is also the documentation of the existing infrastructure. And here, I want to point out one initiative that we have at the Internet Society called the Open Fiber Data Standard, where we are putting some effort into trying to map terrestrial cable in different countries around the world. And we are we are working on the standard itself, which is there, but now we are also working with regulators and other governments to help us build a map of the internet. Because when you have this information which is readily available, you can first of all make better planning, because to improve your network and especially identify maybe areas where cables are not laid and therefore people do not have access to fiber connectivity. And secondly, in the case of outage, you can easily fix the problem because you have a map which is up to date and providing you accurate information. So this is what I just mentioned about. So the Open Fiber Data Standard was an initiative started by the World Bank, Mozilla, ITU, ISOC, C-Squared, and Liquid, and some other partners. And now it is being hosted at ISOC, and we want to work with more governments in the future to expand on the networks that we are documenting. That's it for me. I would like to thank you for your attention and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Kevin and Amrish. So we are ready for your questions. Any questions for Amrish or Kevin? No? It was very clear. Yes, please, go ahead. Let's give you this one.
I think it's on. Okay, thanks a lot for the presentations. So maybe just to confirm with Amrish whether this data is available for all countries. Like if I'm looking for data for Madagascar, I could find this data on your website, or do we have like to make a request to? Thanks for that.
No. So we have some information which is publicly available, and on our platform we have the country reports, and it is for, as Kevin mentioned, around 180 or 190 countries which are covered. It is the same for the Internet Resilience Index, and also wherever we have information about Internet exchange points, we have this on our IXP tracker on the website. So yeah, a lot of countries are already available. Obviously, with the data, we are doing more in-depth analysis, and those in-depth analysis, we are not publishing them on the website, but we do present them at conferences like today.
Okay, thank you. So maybe another maybe more generic question on the index in general. So we did a study on cybersecurity, looking across Africa, and the pattern was West Africa was doing better than Southern Africa. I mean, again, I think yesterday there was another index, I can't remember, but again, it was a similar pattern that West Africa is doing better than Southern Africa. I mean, similar with, I think what Kevin presented on those maturities. It seems like West Africa is doing better than South and East. Am I looking at the right pattern? And what would be the reason, what could explain why West Africa seems to be doing better in terms of maturity on the online spaces than what's happening in the southern part of Africa?
Want to answer that, Kevin?
Yeah, so are you, sorry to the gentleman, if you remember, just to clarify, you're referring particularly to the security metric, or you're saying it in general for the data for West Africa and South Africa?
Okay, maybe like in the example of what you presented on the internet resilience. So it seemed like if you look at those figures, that the West African countries are doing better, they're more resilient than the Southern African countries. Is there a general reason why, how can you explain this?
Okay. Okay, thanks for the question. So yeah, there's a slide I shared for the sub-regional data where you see on average, the countries in Southern Africa are doing better. So if you look at the data for Africa and categorize them in sub-regions, so Southern African, East African, Central, North and West, the region that's performing the best on average is Southern Africa. However, there will be in a few instances where one or two countries in Western Africa will perhaps do better than others. And in that case, usually what happens is they have scored, that country is doing very well in certain metrics. So for example, Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire has an inter-residence index of 42, which is higher than several African countries. In fact, it's higher than East African country, Kenya. So Kenya's resilience is 40. But if you look at Cote d'Ivoire in terms of the infrastructure, there are several submarine cables coming in, the market is competitive and so on. So in some instances, there are countries in West Africa that are doing better than countries in other regions of Africa. But on average, Southern Africa is leading. And if you look at the top countries from Southern Africa, like South Africa itself, South Africa does very, very well because it has several submarine cables, a lot of terrestrial fiber, and several internet exchange points, which I believe is 11. So the data we present is, we try to classify, yes, on a national level, but also on a sub-regional level. I don't know if that answers the question.
Thank you, Kevin. We have questions from online. Yeah, please.
Hello, I'm Rish. Hello, Kevin. Nice to see you. Questions from online. We have Eso Beng here. Amrish, thanks for the information. I believe the regulatory framework should structure policies for open access that submarine cable landing stations to curb monopolistic tenders. The average cross-connect at CLS stations in West Africa, with the exception of Nigeria, is extremely high. The cost of cross-connect in Europe, irrespective of bandwidth, capacities is around $800 monthly, whilst the country like Ghana for 10 Gbps is 3,500 USD, and averages on the capacity. With the advent of new submarine cables like 2 Africa Cross Connects are set by consortium to be less than $300. This compared to 100 gig. Cross Connect in Ghana at ACLS is around 5,500 USD, MRC, and 18,500 installation cost, which contributes to monopolistic tenders in the ecosystem. I believe these are very important issues we need to address as a continent.
Thank you, Susan, for reading that long comment. I think it is a very important comment, and it actually shows how the ecosystem is actually in Africa, and how these practices can be detrimental to the good functioning and to the sustainability of small operators. As you know, if the costs are quite high, first of all, why is the cost that high in our region? Can we put in place the right policies so that we break those monopolistic practices? And the coming of new cables, such as the 2 Africa cable, is maybe an opportunity for different players and consortium of operators to come and talk and decide of what are the different pricing models that they can put in place so that it is beneficial not only for them, but also for the end users, because the price is going to trickle down. The more the prices are higher on the cable, on the submarine cables, this will be translated into higher broadband prices and eventually impact users.
Thank you, Kevin. We have one more question, please.
Thank you, Kevin and Amresh. Before I go on to my question or my comment, I needed to touch base on the question that she just gave. I think to address that is competition, right? Ghana here, we have about 4 or 5 cables. I mean, to Africa is also coming in. And if I am right, the complaint is only for one cable station. Only one cable station has that kind of cross-connect. So all you need to do is look out for the rest. I mean, there are cross-connects as low as $100, even less than the 300 that you talked about. So it's because of the consortium, but there are other cables, and most of the telcos are picking from those as well. So going on to my comments, and thank you, Amresh. I looked at your presentation. There was something about 13% of providers in Ghana connecting to the exchange point. Are you getting those statistics from those who have been licensed, or from the fact those who are active?
So what we do is we collect data about IXPs from PeeringDB. So PeeringDB is a platform where when there is an exchange point, the exchange point will document its peering fabric in this database. And when there are new connections happening, those peers are actually also documented on PeeringDB. So it is a global platform that everyone uses, but it is a crowdsourced platform. So if it is not updated, then we do not have the latest information. So this is what we are using at the moment. And so what we have found is that 13% of all allocated networks in Ghana, out of all the allocated networks by Afrinic in Ghana, especially we look at those that are active, so which are appearing in the routing table. How many of them are actually appear at the 2 IXPs that are currently active in Ghana? And we find 30% of them actually.
Okay, so if they are appearing in a routing table, then that's fine. I mean, if it was just those who have been in existence, and I know that most of them are inactive. But that's fine. Just go on to the point about the resilience. I'm a bit curious about the way you came about your resilience measure, right? I think you mainly looking at for direct end users, right? And based on that, you are looking at for, in terms of competition on the telecom space, because I see that most of it is because one telco is a bit bigger, which is making our resilience score very low. I mean, if you look at it from the angle that telco, same telco, who is having most of the handsets or end users, has about 4 or 5 upstream providers, which is making it a bit more resilient than some of the operators that you might have in Burkina or other countries. And I see Burkina scoring higher than Ghana, CIV scoring higher than Ghana. So I'm a bit, I think maybe we can take a second look at it. I don't know how, because really what you are telling us is that you believe that the core network infrastructure of this guy can just collapse. And so if that collapses, that's the only way that everything will go off, right? Because on the RAN side, most of them are distributed, and so they are highly diversified. So it's only on the core side that you feel that if you have two different or 3 different core locations, and if it goes off, then that can cause that problem. So let's look at it, because I think sometimes it gives the wrong information, because we think we are doing a lot of work in Ghana in terms of trying to push internet resilience, right? Yes. And it's not just on the submarine side. We are also looking at it from the local distribution side and all that. So maybe you can take a second look at your...
Yeah, that's a good observation. So the index really is just to give an idea of how things are for different indicators. And the fact that we are merging all those indicators together to get a single score. If, for example, you're doing very well on, I don't know, let's say a connection to submarine cable, or in terms of upstream provided diversity, but on the other side, you do not have IPv6. Your domains are not signed. You're not protecting networks from DDoS attacks. So your overall resilience score will be reduced. So it is a game of balancing out different things and not only focusing on high bandwidth, for example, right? So someone can claim, oh, we have the highest bandwidth in the world, but what if you have only one provider and this is a single port of failure? So the whole framework balances everything out to some extent.
Thank you, Amrish. Thank you, Kevin. Any more questions? Or we can move to the next session. Okay, so our next... Yes,
Kevin. Just before I close, just one comment. So to also provide some more context in terms of what is available for people to read more on internet resilience, we did partner with the Africa Telecommunication Union, and that's ATU and Afrinic, to work what we call the Internet Resilience Framework document. So there's a framework document that is available on the ATU website. We can provide the link maybe to the host of the event. And that document tries to capture at national level what can be done to improve internet resilience in a country. And the general audience for that document is mostly maybe regulators and policymakers, but also for regulator and users, it would be good to go through that and see what's in the document. And it just captures the work that we've done here in terms of resilience and the key pillars, and now tries to see in a policy application level what needs to be done. So like Amrish said, yes, you can have excellent bandwidth and so on, and we focus on one area of infrastructure, but what other key issues need to be available in a country in terms of policy and regulation to enable that country to have a very good internet resilience. So there's a framework document on the ATU website, Africa Telecommunication Union, which we worked on with Afrinic and ATU, and we call that document the Internet Resilience Framework document. So I encourage all of you to have a look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. We also encourage everybody to go on the platform and check your country report and see if you do have more questions. So for the next session, Interconnecting Africa, I would invite JB again, please.
Hello, I will just moderating, so I will not present. I will just moderating. So for this session, we do have one panelist online. Gila, are you online? Thanks, Amrish and Kevin, and so feel free to stay online if you have bandwidth. Hello, Gila? Is online? Gilen Garamuga. Okay. So we'll have Gilen online, and room, we do have also Brice Abba from Afrinic, I think. So he will just join us shortly. And we'll have also Sarah Alamin from Sudan. She's working on a technical community development in Sudan, not South Sudan. So, Sarah have some issue, but she have shared with us a record and a presentation. So we'll see how to maybe manage this. If Gila is ready, maybe we'll start with Gila to share more about what Internet Society is doing in terms of infrastructure as intro, and we'll go later to the other speakers. So Gila, if you're ready, so over to you. Introduce yourself, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, JB. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So thank you, everyone, for this time. My name is Guilain, as Jean-Baptiste mentioned it. I am from the Internet Society, and I am looking after the IXP development. So I will go through a quick presentation. It's just for us to have a discussion, but generally it talks about what we are doing as Internet Society. but also the context of peering within Africa. So yeah, as I mentioned, interconnection in Africa. We will have a Zoom in West Africa, and then we will look at what we are doing as Internet Society. And if you have any question, probably I will wait for all the speakers to finish, and then we can have some presentation or some questions, sorry. So again, I wanted just to use a global view of Africa, massive continent, interconnected from the sea with some terrestrial fiber. From the picture, you can see that they are mainly sub-Sahara. We have kind of three main hubs. So that will be the West Africa hub. There is an East Africa hub, and then there is a southern part of Africa, which is also highly interconnected. And those are the places also where IP transit is very cheap, as you all know. There are areas where we need to put more efforts as a continent. That will be the Central Africa part, where we have Central Africa Republic, South Sudan. But when you look at globally as a region, Central Africa really would really be the region where more efforts needs to be put in place. We have islands, Cape Verde on the west side. We have Madagascar and the other regions around the Ocean Indian, but those ones are also well interconnected, I would say. So we have a continent that is well served in terms of submarine cable, fiber. Some places are well, some others will need some improvement. But what we are looking at here is really to see more infrastructure interconnecting the regions from east to west, and probably from west coast to west upwards of within the country. So what we need to see is more infrastructure going forward into the inland regions. As far as internet exchange points are concerned, we've seen some improvement lately, more exchange points in Africa, but again, we still have some countries without exchange point. But fortunately, we have good news. I think this year we will see probably 2 or 3 exchange points coming up in Africa. In the news, you will see, I think Niger is one of them. We're expecting a new one in South Sudan, but we still have some other countries also without exchange point. So when we dive a little bit in West region, so the West region is really well, infrastructure-wise, well interconnected, I would say. But when you look at the borders, this is where probably we have more challenges. So you have countries that are well meshed inside, but when it comes to crossing, it's very difficult. And it makes sense from a business perspective because those are very high, heavy investments, and most of the time people resort to using the submarine route because it is less expensive, it is already there. But we need to see more of the interconnection within the countries. We see a country like Cote d'Ivoire well meshed, but when it comes to crossing the borders, it becomes problematic. You only see 1 or 2, and then that drives high the prices of internet within the region because there is no competition. Liberia, you can see we have a lot fiber on this side of the border. We have less on this side of the border. So we have a fragmented kind of sub-region globally. And this is reflected across many other countries also. So 3 main ways of interconnecting the region: submarine, cheap, already established, but also has its cons, high latency when you have to go to the sea to go to another country. We have terrestrial fiber, fragmented, cross-border issues. but also we have these days low Earth orbit infrastructure satellites coming up, but again, limited in terms of bandwidth and also very having a very or less efficient in highly densely populated areas where you have limitation in terms of the resources that you can use in those places. But again, remains a solution. It remains a solution for remote areas, remote upcountry, rural areas, but it's one of the also option that we have. So in terms of regional infrastructure, I think you already know about Joliba. You have also VTS infrastructure. This is one of those are the two main probably development that we have in the sub-region of West that are trying to bridge the inland, because the inland is where the issue is, because this is where competition needs to be created. More infrastructure going inland means cheaper internet going upwards in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and so on and so forth. So Mauritania. Those are the places where the internet really needs to go at a high speed, but also at a cheaper price. In terms of data centers, of course, internet really required data centers. The West region is really, I would say, improving in terms of having more data centers being installed, which is quite good. But we still need some more data centers. I would say diversity in terms of Bamako, Mali, and other countries, Sierra Leone, Liberia. We still need to have we need to improve on data centers being installed in those places. I'll come back to that later on. Now let me talk a little bit about DNS, because DNS is very key. We cannot talk about internet infrastructure if we don't talk about DNS. So this shows that from a root server perspective, we have a number of them across the different countries. Of course, there are some countries that needs improvement, but in terms of route servers, I would say we kind of have the root servers installed within West Africa countries. In terms of Quad 9, this is a map that shows where Quad 9 is for those who are looking to understand what Quad 9 is. It's a DNS service, and probably Sarah will talk a little bit more about that, but we still have some presence as far as Quad 9 is concerned across the region, which is quite good. So let's go back to the Internet Exchange. Here, I want to bring to your attention that we still have some countries without an exchange point, but on the coast, we have exchange point. On the upper side, that will be Ouagadougou, Bobo-Dioulasso, Bamako, Niamey. We have exchange points that are there operating quite well. So what is required now is really to have a bridge. Can we have also exchange point in Bouaké, because that will be halfway in Talame, in Ghana, and other countries midway, so that also will kind of reduce the circuit that any network operator will have to cross to reach the coast or go upwards of inland more in Africa, in West Africa region. So that will be something really to look forward to as far as the West Africa is concerned. So in terms of infrastructure, I will look at four main things that are really important. The physical infrastructure up left, that will be more terrestrial fiber infrastructure. You've seen many countries, putting more mesh in their countries, which is very good. Intercity infrastructure is very, very important. We still also need to improve interstate cross-border infrastructure, because without that, we don't have resiliency, choice of routes in case there is a problem on the subsea, as it happens in the past months. And those options will give competitive market prices to reduce the cost of internet. In terms of IXP, I mentioned that we are still working with some countries which do not have exchange point, but we look forward to help them to put those exchange points. And also we need to see more exchange point halfway in the countries. So upcountry in Ghana, upcountry in Benin, upcountry in Lomé, so that they can ease connectivity in the upper region of countries that are landlocked within West Africa. In terms of data centers, of course, carrier neutral is very, very key. We have many data centers, but they are not carrier neutral. So they do not accept diversity of IP transit service providers coming to those. So we need to see more of the neutral ones. The cost of energy is one of the interventions the regulator can do. So if they reduce or they have preferential rates for cost of energy, then we will see more of these initiatives of data centers. Business models also that are adapted to the African context are very key. If we cannot have copy-paste business models from Europe for Western countries. We need to see sustainable business models that work for Africa. And also, as I mentioned, enabling policy environment, protecting the intermediaries so that they can come and invest without being at the risk of being persecuted for content that they did not generate or created. So that is very important. Last but not least, as I mentioned again, I come back to DNS. It's very important for DNS really to be strengthened. As far as the root server is concerned, that will be continuing. But I want to bring to your attention a few things that are quite important. Local DNS resolvers. Most of the African countries have their resolvers, again, not in their region, out of region. So please, as you are there, please promote local DNS resolvers. Also, Afrinic has DNS services. Maybe Cedric can talk more about that. CCTLD in the room, please peer at the exchange. That will be very, very beneficial for your local ecosystem. And local registrars. Local registrars, most of the DNS of the local registrars are sitting outside of the region. Please make sure that we have that infrastructure within the region. And thirdly, which goes with the domain name registrars beyond DNS infrastructure, also local hosting. Can you have your local hosting within your country? That will be very helpful. So that is the perspective globally. But as Internet Society, what are we doing? Again, we have a guiding a vision, which is the Vision 2020. Can we at least keep 50% of the local generated traffic locally within the selected countries? If that can be the whole Africa, that would be perfect. But as Internet Society, we have a selected number of countries where we want really to push that vision of 50-50. 50% available at the exchange and probably 50 sourced from outside of the region. So that's very, very important for us. We also have, for us really to push that agenda, and we have different programs to support the infrastructure, the IXPs. So that will be the funding program that we have, and also for the technical communities. So for the technical communities that wants to run NOGs, we support them either through funding or through our partners. I will name NSRC is one of them. So is one of them to really promote the NOGs being run across Africa. And whoever has infrastructure as exchange point, you need to upgrade your infrastructure, please reach out to us. We have a 2-window program that runs. Next year, it will be there, starting January 2026, so that if you want to upgrade your infrastructure, please come reach out to us. And if you want to run a NOG, please reach out to us. In terms of capacity building, we have courses. Please look at our website, internetsociety.org. On the e-learning platform, you will see a number of self-paced courses or also moderated courses that can be of interest. One of them is the IXP 2.0 course that touches technical aspects and non-technical aspects also. If you want to run a peering roadshow, visit our website. We have, unfortunately, that peering roadshow program is almost ending this year because we are at the end of the year, but reach out to us if you have any needs in terms of roadshow. Go to the website called Peering Roadshow 2025. You will see some of the different activities that we've run. This year we had 30 events, technical aspect workshop, best practices, and also one-day workshops, roadshows that are really looking at mobilizing a community. I think that will be it. If you have any question, feel free to reach out to us. But I will really re-emphasize the infrastructure aspect of it. Cross-border DNS infrastructure, that will be very key to establish that digital economy we are looking to see flourish in Africa. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Gila, for your presentation. And I think rather than your question, we do have two more speakers, and we could open a question opportunity later. So our next speaker is Sarah Alami. Sarah is Interconnection Manager and co-founder of Sudan NOG. We want Sarah to share here what they are doing on ground in terms of capacity building in a difficult and challenging context like Sudan. So Sarah have recorded a video for us because she cannot make it online live. So I will maybe request the tech team to just play what she shared with us as activity they are pushing in Sudan, and it can also maybe inspire some of us on what we can do in our respective country.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Sarah Lamine. I am part of SDNOG team. Thank you so much for the invitation and having me here today. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it on site, but I have attended a lot of AI's meeting, and it was always good meeting people there. Unfortunately, this is I couldn't make it, but hopefully next year, who knows. Today, I'm going to give a brief about SDNOG and some work that we have been doing for the recent years. Hopefully, this can be given ideas for other communities, and if someone has ideas for us, we are always happy to receive them. You're welcome. Before we start, for some people who do not know about SDNOG, who haven't heard about it, this is Sudan Network Operators Group. It's an open community platform run by volunteer. The main idea of it, like to have a platform for all the network engineers or everyone interested in the IT fields in Sudan. They can join this and be part of it. And then we can have a platform where we can meet and discuss and talk and learn from each other and grow together. We are officially registered as an NGO in Sudan. And as I mentioned, the mission was always to support our community and how we can help to make a resilience and a scalable internet infrastructure in Sudan. But it's not meant only for Sudanese people, it's open community, so everyone is welcome to join. So before we start about the work that we have done, some of you may be aware about the current challenges that we have in Sudan and the situation. As you know that there is a war happening in Sudan for now 3 years. Our government is saying it's going to happen soon, so hopefully, finger crossed. But honestly, the situation is very bad. Even if the war is stopped, like today, the infrastructure has been totally damaged. Lots of fiber cuts, lots of data center has been broken. And these are real images for some data center for our ISPs in Sudan. And you can imagine this is not only for internet infrastructure, this is happening for everyone who was living in Khartoum and the other city of Jazeera. I'm one of the people who got affected from this war, that we needed to leave the house because it wasn't safe at all. And immediately after we left the house, it has been bombed and lots of things happened there. So the challenges are very, very tough. As I said, it's not only for IT infrastructure, it is for everything. And you can imagine that for other fields also, like electricity, water, education, health, and everything. Yeah, this is another picture from different ISPs. You can see everything is broken, it's totally broken. And restoring all these is going to take time, and of course it's going to take lots of money also. So yeah, lots of things happening. Hopefully soon everything will be better. But as I mentioned, that we are not facing only this in the telecom infrastructure. It's literally in every field you can imagine. But the main highlight for what's happening in the telecom infrastructure, this is according to what our ministry trying to categorize them. The destruction for the telecommunication infrastructure, all of it, as you can see in the picture. Lots of internet and mobile network blackouts because the servers are not stable. Now it's a little bit stable, but still, lots of people are relying on satellites now, Starlink, because the service is not available in their area or in their city. Power supply, electricity, yeah, that's lots of damage happening there, and trying to fix all of it is going to take time and lots of effort. So they are starting with main point. The main data centers, almost 90% or even more than 90% of them have been damaged. So yeah, restoring everything is going to take, as we mentioned, like not easy, and it will take a long time. So our community here decided like how we can support, because I don't think there will be a situation tougher or difficult than this. Everything is broken, everyone needs help. We needed help also as a part of SDNOC, and I am a volunteer for it, but for the first year, I couldn't do anything, honestly, because everyone was trying to survive by themselves, like survive yourself, your family. You need to make sure that the place that you are, you have a service. So it wasn't easy, but we tried as much as we can to support also the community, that we have been always together with them, and we were always telling them that we will be together and we will help each other. So this is a moment that you need to prove this, right? We started the initiative by trying to do like 3 categories for what we have done. The free hosting project initiative, and then trying to restore the main or the critical infrastructure for the country, and we try to do some kind of capacity building. But honestly, the first 2 those were the top 2 for us, and how we can start them immediately if possible. The free hosting project initiative, we decided to do some kind of a mini cloud, because there's, as we mentioned, lots of things has been destroyed, and to restore them is not going to be easy. And as also you know, Sudan has lots of sections, and it's still lots of clouds and lots of clouds and lots of vendors wouldn't be able to help us because of still, even in this situation. So we try to reach out to some communities that can help us to build a mini cloud, not a huge cloud. And this mini cloud can enable the communities that really need help to survive, or even to restore their main services and stay connected. Because those communities also provide services for other people, for humans, so or for students, or for some part of a charity organization. So it's important for them to be alive, and it's important for them now to be online and complete the services that they are offering. So that was the main idea of the project. And honestly, when we thought about this project, because I do remember my friend and I, Hiba and I, we were talking like on a phone, and we were saying like, we really feel sorry for students, for example, because not all of them got a chance to get their certificates from university, for example. And if you didn't get a certificate from universities, then how are you going to find a job, right? It's not going to happen. And even if you're still in university and you want to have some document to prove, like, I have finished, for example, the second year, and I have studied these syllabus, and you want to involve or enter another university. So you need a proof of these things, or all these documents. So honestly, when we were thinking about this project, the main category we were thinking about is like university, because university is going to help lots of students, and then later we can think about who else can help and who else can benefit from this project. After we launched the project and after we made a plan for it, we also thought about some critical infrastructure that's need also to be survived or need to be online. And this is our CCJLD, of course, .sg. And we are so proud, like, to say we helped them and they helped us. It was a win-win situation for both of us to restore the services and make sure that .sg did not disappear from the internet. Digital services for local universities, also like, we try to reach out for some universities and ask them if they have a backup, then we can immediately do the backup for them. And we will give some support. Some of them they have, some of them they don't have, some of them started to build their system from scratch, so yeah. But I'm glad that at least they had a platform, or they had some starting point so they can start and get their services online. Of course, the hosting project wasn't easy. It was a lot of work happening. I think we have a documentation in our wiki page where we're trying to list down all the story about the project, what we have, how we build it. So if someone interesting, and because I don't want to take a lot about it, but you can read all these things on our wiki page. So today, we are very proud to say that we are helping some entities to provide their services digitally. For example, .sg domain, we're still hosting in SDNOC platform. University, lots of university, as we mentioned, they have either the certificate or either they have some record archive. They have their own systems. Hospitals, also some hospitals reach out, they need to, not even like to do a live server, but at least they have the backup and they want to make sure that they have it somewhere else. So some hospitals, they have their services live from SDNOC infrastructure, and some of them, they are using it as a backup for their data until they manage to restore their services. National Information Center, they also host some of the, as a backup for some of the, what's it called, like a governmental data, but not for public, just also as a restoring them and keeping them safe at some place until they get the service up and running. Public libraries, either they do some services for universities or some student, or they do some public services for community. And lots of charity organization where they have some schools, some orphans charity organizations, and a lot, honestly. So we are so happy this project is happening and this project is still up and running, and we are trying as much as we can to help them. Someone can ask like how we got the fund for this project. So this is my slide, my next slide. We definitely couldn't make this project happen without some kind of support and help from other communities. ZANOG, one of them, Inks.A, Global Long Alliance, and other Agile, NNT, and .SD, and ISOC chapter in Sudan, because they are running .SD domain. So when communities decided to come together, they can honestly do lots of things. So from this stage, I would like to thank all of them for the help, and hopefully soon things will be better in Sudan, and the SDNOC hosting project can be, I don't know, we are going to shift it to another project. Let's see how things will go. Other kind of activity is a capacity building program, because also this is also idea we came up with. We noticed that lots of fresh graduate and student, when they finish the university, they feel like, okay, there is a gap between what we have studied and what we are facing in the reality. And also, we used to do this kind of project before, but most of it, or 99% of all this project, it was on-site. We go and book a room and people meet, and then we train them and then we leave. But we thought like, no, let's think about it differently. It's good to have a capacity building, but let's do it with a different way. So we try to revive our weekly workshop program. So now every week we have a workshop, and this is Saturday. Because the weekend in Sudan is Friday and Saturday, but Friday most of the time it's a family day. So it wouldn't be possible for people to go and attend a workshop. So we decided, okay, we will book your Saturday, we will have a workshop, full day workshop, and then let's talk about something. And this is exactly what we used to do when the situation in Sudan was stable. But now, because we cannot meet on site, so let's still meet on Saturday, but we are going to do it online. The goal, as we mentioned, the main idea, like, okay, we are going to do capacity building as a normal, but we would like to engage with universities and fresh graduate and give them some kind of training opportunity that they couldn't have it on site. Because also one of the things that we are missing now, some companies in our country used to do some kind of training program. So fresh graduate, they will go to the company and do like 1 month, 2 weeks, depend. Now this is not happening. University used to give them a paper, like go and do any kind of training with any kind of organization. Try to explore, see how the working world happen. Now this is not happening. Universities are running online, the students are spreading in a different location. So having this opportunity is not possible for them now. So we said, okay, let's try to do some kind of session so people can have a little bit of connection between what's happening in the reality and the working reality and what you have studied and what you are going to see in when you go to like a professional job. So these sessions will be recorded because as we know, the internet services are not stable. So even if we said, okay, let's meet on this time, you can see that, okay, not a lot of people are watching it. Some of them, they will tell you like, I don't have internet connectivity now. Some of them, they will tell you like, okay, I prefer to watch it later because at night I can download it and tomorrow I can watch it. So we are recording the sessions now and watch later at your convenience when you have a stable internet connectivity, and then, you can see it as much as you want. And the different topic, basic workshop, advanced workshop, because also we don't want to leave, we are not going to focus only on fresh graduate and university. There's other people who need help, or other people, they want to develop themselves, right? So we have a basic and an advanced and a roadmap session, and this is a new one, and honestly I like it, and I feel it's very useful for, as we said, the link between what's happening in reality and what you are going to, you have studied. So in these sessions, we normally ask some people, volunteer, to come and join the session. If you are IT infrastructure engineer, tell us about your field. What do you need? If I want to join the field, what do I need to learn? What type of certificates do I need to have? What type of, so things like that, to open eyes for these people. Like if they want to join some field, what do you need or what do you need to know, and how you can achieve these things. And honestly, the feedback was very nice, so I feel it's useful. Regarding to our capacity building, as I said, it's every week, every Saturday. If you visited our wiki page, doc.sdnoc.sd, you can see that, for example, July, we had some topics. We tried to make them different topics with the different themes. August, we have the theme of the career roadmap. So DevOps, cybersecurity, IT infrastructure, IPv6, so things like that. For example, September, we had a different theme, knowledge without borders. So we invited some instructors, not Sudanese one, from outside global, asked them to give a talk about something, so we can share also the knowledge between our Sudanese community and what's happening in globally. And for example, October, we have also different topics. And as you can see, we are trying as much as we can to help our community and getting them still feel like, okay, there's a way, or there is a hope for you to catch up. Like, don't feel this has happened, everyone will be in their corner, we are lost, what do we need to do? No, we are trying to give them like as we said, like a first step for what you can do, and then they can continue. This program is still running, and everyone is welcome to join. It's not only for Sudanese community. And if you want to present, or if you want to give a talk about something, you are welcome to do that. You can always reach out to us at info.sdnoc.sd, or visit our website. You will find our emails, and we are welcoming everyone or anyone wishing to help and support. You can see that our initiative may be not very big, or some people may think like, okay, why this is happening, or what are the messages that you want us to hear from your slides? Honestly, I'm telling you, I'm here in my slide, I try to make it like 10-15 minutes, but honestly, it is difficult. As much as I have tried to explain for you how difficult the situation it is, and everyone is really need a help. I cannot express it, honestly. It's just a feeling, literally. So with this small initiative we have done, we have found that, honestly, our communities are very powerful, and we are strong. And together, we can achieve so much. We can do so much. But we need to start. Imagine like everyone was on this. Imagine like everyone in SDNOC team, and they said like, okay, we cannot help because I'm busy with my family. I'm busy with my own things. Yes, we can understand that you are busy with other things, but in some point you need to help. And I don't, as I mentioned in the beginning, like I cannot think about situation that we cannot help each other than this situation, that wasn't this. The key point is just to start. You need to start as much as you can, as fast as you can. And when you start, you don't need to think about everything, like the whole picture and how I need to do it. And no, start small, and then definitely you will grow by yourself. You will see that people will help you. People will definitely support you because they can see that there is something coming out from this, right? If you ask help from your community or from other community globally, they will definitely find people. They will willing to help you. But you need to tell them, or you need to show them that the commitment, and you need to show them that we are here and this is what we have done. And now we are struggling, we need help. If they couldn't help you, you'll definitely find a way, but I'm sure that you will definitely find someone to help you. So the first message that we have learned, our community is really very powerful and we just need to start. That's it. The second one is always ask your people what do they need. Let your community build themselves. Let them make the feeling of this is something belong to you, you own it, you run it, this is your thing. If you let it go, it will disappear and not a lot of people are going to benefit from it. So because it will disappear, it wouldn't be available, right? It wouldn't be here. So this is the second message that we really learned from our experience, and we learned from the work that we have done, that we always ask our community, what do you want? And how you are going to help us with this, because we need your help. And this is a way that, okay, they feel they are part of it, and they feel they are important in this. It wouldn't work if we are not there. So everyone will come and tell you, like, okay, I'm going to do a workshop, I'm going to do something. And honestly, the real story is that when we started doing the weekly workshop, when we were thinking together as a small team for us, who are organizing the event, we're thinking like, okay, are we going to do this literally every week? Is it going to be tiring? And who is going to do every week a workshop? Will we have a people to do that? But honestly, once we have announced that in our social media, and we said like we would like to do this program, we ask for volunteer. You can see the program from July, every Saturday from July until October, it's full. And we still have people who are asking for November, and we're still having people asking for December. But so as I said, when you start, you will find people in a way they are planning to help you and they are willing to help you. So this is my second message, like just start and don't think too much. Just do it. And what the worst things will happen? You will fail. Do it again, right? So this is all from my side. I hope that I give a little bit of highlight about things that you can do. And if you cannot do, maybe you can spread the message to other people, and then we can always, someone will use it and benefit from it, and then they will develop themselves and develop their communities by themselves. Thank you so much. I don't want to take too much time. Thank you so much again for the invitation. And I hope that I give something useful for our community. Thank you so much. Please feel free, if you have any questions, reach out to me at sarah@sdnoc.sd, and I'm happy to talk and reply to your questions. Or if you have any question regarding to SDNOC, also you can check the website sdnoc.sd, and you will find our email, and definitely someone will get back to you. Thank you so much, and have a good day. Bye-bye.
So thanks a lot, Sarah. I think we have here an example of, as a community, we can be resilient and bring things online or try to support. I think as technical community, sometimes we need to make things differently. And so I think Sarah and team are doing this kind of thing. It can also inspire us, where sometimes we just need to start and to support where there is a need. So we do have, I think, 20 or 15 minutes. Our last speaker is Brice Abba. Brice will share with us what we are trying to achieve as a community in the Piering Ira in the region. And after Brice, we'll have, I think, some few questions. We'll take some few questions for mainly Gila and Brice. And for any question for Sarah, so feel free, if you haven't taken the email address, so we can share your question or introduce you to Sarah. So, Brice, over to you.
Thank you, Jibe. Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brice Abba. We have like 15 minutes, so I'm trying to go straight to the point. So we are here still in the discussing how the technical community in Africa is working to advance internet in the region. So for that, we have...
feel free, if you have any questions, reach out to me at sarah@sdnoc.sd.
Yeah, Sarah doesn't want to go. All right, so I was saying that still in the effort of the African community to advance the internet in Africa, we have put together a forum that we are calling the Interconnection and Peering Forum. And I'm going to give you some updates, some statistics about what we have been done, what have been done so far. So the So the first one is at the continental level. So we have the Africa Peering and Interconnection Forum. So it's basically a forum where, so it's a platform where techies are discussing ISPs, that data center providers, content providers, they are gathering and they are discussing how we can advance the internet in Africa. We are discussing challenges that we are facing in this ecosystem. And the good thing is that in this forum, we can also, it's a good place to networking with other technical engineers that are all over Africa and also abroad. So the last AFIF happened in Nigeria. That was in August. And it was attended by many people in South Africa and outside Africa as well. So here is some statistics. For people that have been in site, it was close to 700 people on site. And that was the last one that we had. And these to present some statistics about what's happened. So you can see that we have some countries that were represented. Of course, Nigeria, as host country, is the first one where we had many people participating, but we see that we have a lot of people coming also out of Africa to participate to this event. So this is at the continental level, so you are going to see that we have difference, and at the end we are going to see that we want you to be more active in our respective regions. So the Africa at the continental level, we are doing well. And after the continental level, we have the regional levels, where we have West Africa Peering Forum and South Africa Peering Forum. Starting by the WAPIF, the last one happened in Dakar. That was in June of this year. And the West Africa Peering Forum is made with some community members. And we have the co-chairs that are here. We have Easter, myself, and Obina, and we are working together with the PC members. So we have over community members that are helping us to, run this forum. And for the previous meeting, we used to have the first three that were online. So we're starting meeting online because of the COVID. And so we started meeting face-to-face since last year. And last year we were in Abidjan, and this year we went to Senegal, as I just said. And for the attendance, we had like, as you can see, we have over close to 300 registration online, and physically we have over 100 people that attended this event. as you can see, compared to the continental level, you can see the huge gap. We're close to 700 and for the Africa Peering Forum, but for this one, you see, above 100. So we have a lot to do in the region, and it's not because it's regional that people around the world should not make it, or people around the other regions should not make it. They have to come in, and because it's the platform where we are sharing knowledge, so we may have like challenges in the, let's say, in the past, in some countries. When you come to this event, you can see that you have a local community member facing the challenges that you guys faced the years back, so you can explain how you manage to fix and so on. So it's something very important for the other region to also help doing it. So still in the peering and to correction, so Guylaine just also spoke about the different internet exchange points that we are having in the region. So in the West, those are the exchange points that you can see. So we have some change, some are not very, we don't have a lot of traffic in some of them. Some of them are still struggling. You have some on red. Some of them are moving to the old IXP to a new one. So we have many things that are happening here. So the slide will be available on the website. So if you want to have time to go through all those information, they're going to be available. The next year event will happen in Cotonou. So we have, it has been announced during the last West Africa Peering Forum in Dakar. And this is going to be the last point for West Africa Peering Forum. Now let's discuss the Central Africa Peering Forum. It's the same forum, as I said, but now it's regional, that is covering only countries in Central Africa. And the last one happened in Gabon, Libreville. It was in July. And you are going to see that we have also we have the same, I mean, the same ecosystem. We have co-chairs, we have PC members, and the co-chairs and the PC members are running the forum, they organize, and they ensure that it's going smoothly. And like in the Western Africa Peering Forum, we're also starting although from online. And after COVID, we tried to make it face-to-face, and we realized that was good, something good. So the first in-person was in Congo, and the second in-person Central Africa Peering Forum happened this year, and it was in Gabon. So now I have a look of the attendance. So as you can see, compared to West, we were close to 120. In Central Africa, we were like 84 people attending physically. So as I said, we need the other region to encourage this regional regional forum. And if you compare this to the Africa Peering Forum, the gap is huge. So we're close to 700 here. We are like, you know, so we have many things to do here. This is why we want the community member to be close, to come closer to this regional forum and to get involved as well. So this is the list of the internet exchange point that we have. Some in red, that's the one that are still, you know, they're still trying. They have the project. It's not, or it had been online, and now it's more than online. It's no more online, and those are exchange points that are still, they are migrating to another one, et cetera, et cetera. So you can have like the statistic and on the material. For the Central Africa, for next year, we don't have the country that will host it yet. But as soon as we have it, it's going to be announced to the community so that we can start, you know, preparing to come and encourage this peering forum in this region, the peering forum in this region. Now, we need your support. As I just said, it's something that has been put in place by the community, and we still need the community to be active in those forums. So we need more techies in this community. And again, as internet is not only for techies, we need also the users, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are using the internet. So we need you guys to be there. We also, we have ended the two forum for this year, and the term of the PC member has come to the end. So now we are about to open the call for PC members for West Africa Peer Forum, also for Central Africa Peer Forum. And here we are just listed some of the rules that the PC members are will be facing when they will send their when they will join the forum. So we encourage all the community members, techies or non-techies, to to submit the application to be member of the PC, the PC members of the West Africa Peering Forum, and also for the Central Africa Peering Forum. For those who are interested, so we have those QR codes that you can just, you can take a picture and just submit your application. Okay, so we have, as I just said, the ecosystem is the same. So we have coaches and we have many PC members that are that are members of ISOC and the regional organization, the techies, the non-techie community that we have in the region. Okay, so feel free to apply. And we want you are going to be, if you apply and you have been selected, you are going to you're going to be there for the next 3 years. Okay. So you're going to help their ecosystem growing for the next 3 years, and at the end, we are going to open the call again to the new PC member. Finally, I would like to tell you that we launched the West Africa Peering Forum website. It has been launched this last month. We're trying to finalize everything, and we are working to make the Central Africa Peering Forum website ready as well. And we want to give a special thank to .Africa, because yes, they have given us they gave us the domain name for free, and they are also hosting us for free. So I would like you guys to say thank you for .Africa for the support they are giving to the community, and they are continuing giving to the community. So this is the last word for me, and we will be there for questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Brice, and thanks for your patience. I think we do have 3 minutes. Maybe one question in the room. I don't know if you do have question online. Question for Gila, for Brice. No question? Okay. Okay. If you have a question, go to the mic. As I say, we can start the conversation here and continue to the lunch or the next coffee. We are still here, so yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. I'm very much excited about the connectivity between countries and globally. But my concern is about content, local content. I see we interconnecting ourselves, but the traffic mostly is downloading stuff from Europe and elsewhere, but not so much is coming from our continent. So my question is, are we doing something in that regard to build content locally so that the interconnections that we are building will derive more benefit from that? Thank you.
Thank you. So Gila will maybe take this question next.
Thank you very much to what a robust session. I would like to go straight to the question, please. Goes to Gilan. Now, one of your slides, we saw the fiber optics layout in West Africa, especially in Nigeria, to the hinterland, the north, midwest, the northwest and eastern part of Nigeria, the fiber backbone. Why is internet penetration so poor despite this fiber optics layout in the northern part of Nigeria? You hardly can see any ISP in the north of Nigeria. In IXPN, over 90% of our traffic is from Lagos, none from Port Harcourt, the little insignificant amount are from Abuja, maybe Kano and Port Harcourt. So why is the penetration so poor? Is it a government issue? Just let me know. Thank you very much.
The queue is closed. Cedric, no question for you. Here. Bonjour. Mike.
Je m'appelle Steve Ona, je suis de l'ARCEP Gabon. C'est juste une remarque, peut-être même deux, par rapport au diapo de M. Guillard. Déjà, quand il a parlé de la fibre optique en Afrique centrale, il montrait que l'Afrique centrale était assez déserte. Bon, je tiens à préciser que pour le cas de la CEMAC, nous avons 6 pays, ou 7, je crois, qui sont pour la plupart sur la côte. Et là-bas, nous avons de la fibre optique. La partie qu'il a montrée, c'est surtout pour le Congo RDC. Même là encore, je suis sûr qu'il y a la fibre optique. Et je pense que ce sont des données de l'Internet Society. Second point, il disait que dans son schéma, en Afrique centrale, particulièrement au Gabon, on n'avait pas de point d'échange. Alors que sur votre même site, vous avez mis 3. Donc je pense que...
D'accord.
Merci.
Okay, merci. Cédric, 2 secondes.
Merci. Just a quick information regarding the presentation that Brice made. We have AFPIF-PC member in the room. So the AFPIF-PC member, just raise your hand. Okay, AFPIF-PC, okay. You saw them, the WAPF-PC members. You can also raise your hand. Okay, FPAC-PC member. Okay, Nico, here. So now you see that you have PC member attending the event. So if you have questions, don't hesitate. If you want to join the PC.
Thank you, Cedric. So, Gila, are you around?
Yes. Can you hear me?
So, can you just wrap up in 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay. 1 or 2
minutes.
minutes. So
1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So the first question about local content, what are we doing? So local content, again, is the localization of local content is a consequence of many other steps that have been taken so that you can see local content being locally hosted. I would say I will start first by infrastructure. So first of all, there should be a policy and regulatory environment that is favoring local content hosting. I mentioned about intermediary liability. How is the ecosystem set up in such a way that people will feel comfortable to host their content locally? Do we have the policies? Do we have the rules? Do we have the laws that will protect data so that people will feel free to host? That one. Secondly, infrastructure. Do we have the infrastructure? Is it competitive compared to Hetzner in Europe or OVH in Europe and so on and so forth? So once we have the right business models and the right costs, then it makes sense to host locally. Thirdly, is it how much of the local market is consuming that content so that it makes sense someone to monetize that content? So let's say I put a website, it will cost me money to host it, but do I have a way to monetize even that content, that website, so that people will be starting paying me for any content that I put there so that it makes more sense for me to host it locally? So it is a combination of many things that will make local content being hosted locally, that will make this whole ecosystem being flourishing, I would say. The other thing is it how is it easy to get a domain name? Let's say, simply put, is it easy to get a domain name, a local domain name? Do you see people consuming that content? What is the rate of penetration in terms of internet? Are they people? If people are more connected through the mobile, are they going to consume that content which is mostly made for, I don't know, content on the PCs and desktop? So that's one of the things that we need to look at. It's a chain of many things. How are they interlinked? and how are you progressing to make sure that everything is in place so that the local content will be hosted? The second question about northern part of Nigeria, little consumption of content. Again, can you correlate that with the internet penetration or the device penetration or the mobile penetration in that northern part of Nigeria? What is the literacy, the ICT literacy or the digital literacy? Because all that content is digital, but people there, how conversant are they with digital content, consuming digital content, and so on and so forth? So you need to correlate all that in order to say, okay, I'm not explaining why northern part of Nigeria does not have content at all. And you look at other factors, the cost of devices, the cost of internet access, and digital literacy, I will say. Those are the three things I will put forward.
Gila, one more minute now.
Okay, one more minute for the last question about Central. Donc, quand j'ai répondu à la question au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, je n'ai pas dit qu'il n'y avait pas de connectivité au niveau de l'Afrique centrale. La connectivité est moindre par rapport aux autres endroits. Récemment, on a fait le FPAC, le Forum sur le peering en Afrique centrale. Ça s'est tenu au Gabon. Et Gabix, c'est l'un des acteurs principaux qui ont participé au fait que ce forum a pu avoir lieu. Donc, au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, on a même Kinshasa qui a un des grands taux de trafic. Gabon suit, Cameroun, Douala, Yaoundé, tout ça, ce sont des points d'échange qui sont en train de grandir. Mais en termes d'interconnexion entre les pays, c'est là où le bas blesse, c'est là où il faut améliorer. C'est ce que je pourrais dire. Mais sinon, je pense que l'Afrique centrale est sur une bonne base, mais il faut que ça avance. Merci.
Thanks a lot, Gila, and thanks, Brice, for your time, and thanks to all of you, for those who are also online. So it was a great session, and let's continue the other conversation around the coffee or around the fufu.
Before we go for lunch, I would like to remind you that after lunch, we do have a session on trainings provided by Internet Society. I know that many of you were asking about trainings, how we can engage. So this will be a very interesting session to help you in engaging your community.
A round of applause for the ISOC team morning session. Really nice conversations going on there. Shortly, I just want to remind you again about the survey. I have made sure that you now have a QR code. Now that since I sent the email, I've just got 4 feedback of 4, yet we've been more than 200. I don't know, I'm waiting for the team to display. Avi and team, kindly display the QR code for people to be able to see. Kindly scan and give me your honest feedback. We are looking at improving your experience during AIS meetings. Now, also, all photos are available on Flickr. You just need to Google Africa Internet Summit on Flickr. Then you will get all the photos. Kindly download. And when you upload it on any social media platform, remember to tag us at AIS Africa, AIS_Africa on X. And we'll be happy. All presentations that have taken place since we started AIS are available on. Thank you for all those who are scanning. You're filling my cup. Thank you. All presentations are available. You get them in the agenda. Depending on the session, every session has the presentations for your download in PDF. So kindly, for those who've been asking when we can have the presentations, kindly refer to the agenda. We upload as soon as the presentation is over. Also, find time to check out our daily recap. Our team has been writing to recap how the day has been. For every day, kindly check. This is available also on the meeting website. And then lastly, as usual, your meal tokens will be found at the door for those who are on site. And also remember to leave the headsets on the table. Otherwise, bon appetit, enjoy your lunch. We meet here at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National Rents and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rents and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and, by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National Rent and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rent and R&D organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connectivity Project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, GARNET, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We embarked on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National Rents and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rent and R&D organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRED has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connectivity Project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, GARNET, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers. GARNET has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network community. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. GARNET is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. GARNET is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the GARNET community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find GARNET on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is visiting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National Rents and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rent and R&D organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRED has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union support under the Africa Connectivity Project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, GARNET, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We embarked on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network community. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If we could settle down, I would like to interrupt those short networking sessions so that we can be able to proceed. As you can see, we are 15 minutes late into the time we were supposed to start. We are going into the afternoon session, still on ISOC Day. And at this point, we will have a few presentations and also a number of panel discussions, after which we will have NDSS by Raquel and a closing session for ISOC Day, and then we will move into the closing session for AIS 25. I would like to welcome Mr. Jean-Baptiste to take us through what to expect this afternoon. And I would like us to participate. I think they will give us a time for open mic and discussions, and I will be happy to see interactions, mostly from the online community who have been too quiet today, and also on site. So, Mr. Jean-Baptiste, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Suzanne. So for this afternoon, we'll have, the first session will be about a training opportunity with Internet Society. We'll have some speakers in the room, but also those, some of them will join us in remote. The second one will be a panel, maybe more linked to policy work. And I think that you will enjoy it, and maybe it could be something linked to yesterday's conversation or some few conversation in the beginning of the week. Later, we'll have Anna, and we'll talk more about Internet Society and its community with more conversation on how members, chapter, or some pioneers are working together with Internet Society to make things happen. And the last session will be about NDSS, another event we are managing since many, many years in the US, but we think that there is some interest for our community to participate on this, so we'll have a short presentation on what is NDSS. So with this, I will maybe welcome David on this stair. We will co-moderate with Marianne online, and maybe help us to explore training opportunity with Internet Society. I hope that, Marianne, are you online?
Yes, thank you.
So I will maybe let you and David introduce your speakers. And yeah, Cedric is somewhere in the room, so he will join us maybe later. So, David, over to you.
Thank you very much, Cedric. If you can get closer. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you have had a good lunch and that you're ready for another fruitful afternoon with Internet Society. So this session will focus on skills and training that the Internet Society provides. We have a full program for that, and as I said the other day when I made a presentation, training has always been a major focus of Internet Society since its very beginning. Marianne is going to moderate this session remotely, but I will be supporting him from here. Unfortunately, most of our speakers will be online, but I'm happy that we have very competent speakers that have had several years of experience in providing training. So I think it will be equally interesting. But we also have one speaker here, Cedric, who will be joining later. Thank you. Marianne, you have the mic.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you so much, Jean-Baptiste, for this introduction. My name is Marianne. I'm program advisor at the Internet Society Foundation. And thanks to David's support, I'll be co-hosting the session for today. During the next 45 minutes that we're going to stay together for the session, we'll be exploring the skills and training that are needed to ensure that Internet thrives for everybody and everywhere. We'll see why are these skills important. We'll see some of the aspects of these skills that we're going to be discussing in this session, and we'll see how things will unfold thanks to the participation of our distinguished speakers. You'll see that some of these skills are going to come in quite naturally because some will be needed to build and to maintain the Internet as infrastructure in every community, but most importantly in underserved and unconnected communities. And some other skills are going to be useful, are definitely useful to be able to shape policies that are going to keep the Internet open, globally connected, and safe. As Daud has just mentioned, the training is at the core of our mission at the Internet Society. And this is why the training is being used as complementary to our projects and activities. As with our activities, we're able to equip in the communities the technicians to be able to build and maintain the infrastructure, and we're also able to equip policymakers to make sure that the policies being developed are those that do not harm the Internet as a whole. Throughout the session, we are going to be able to highlight examples of training activities from our communities that have a positive impact on beneficiaries and on the Internet as a whole. We are going to have success stories that illustrate the impact of capacity building efforts in addressing the digital divides, and we'll be able to share best practices, tools, and frameworks to support capacity building initiatives impacting the Internet, and to be able to empower local champions moving forward. Happy to be here with our distinguished speakers, so I'm going to introduce them one by one. I'm just going to quickly check if everybody is online. Okay, one person is missing. We'll discuss. We'll check that. So we are here with our speakers. So we have Mr. Richard Breguet, who is one of our tutors, working at the Adventist University of Central Africa in Rwanda. He will be able to share the perspective of the training from his side as a partner at training and e-learning at the Internet Society. We have Mr. Ntokozo Nkube, who's ICT manager at Solusi University in Zimbabwe. Solusi University is also a partner at the Internet Society, delivering training together with the university and with other number of entities across the country, scaling our programs in Zimbabwe. We have Mr. Barak Otieno, who's chairman, Association of Community Networks in Kenya. Barak also is one of our long-time partners, working with us who has been working for us for some time now, and who is also holding different hats. One of them is part of the AHERINET, which is also a training partner at the Training Internet Society. In this case, we'll be more focused on the community network and the association that he's chairing. Then Ms. Ruth Njeri, who's technology officer at Tanda Community Networks in Kenya. Ruth will have a special story for us as she was one of our learners back in 2022 in one of our trainings. And now she's a lead engineer at the community network in Kibera, in Nairobi. So we'll see with her how that has been unfolding ever since. And then we have Mr. Cedric Adrian Mbayet, who's Stakeholder Development Manager at Afrinic, and he's based in Senegal. We are going to have, in this conversation, I'm going to give the floor to each of our panelists with one single question. And then we are going to open the floor for any comments from the audience or any comment or questions you might have. And we'll be able to get back to our speakers and get the insights that are needed. Going to our first speaker. So I'm going to turn towards Richard. I'm going to ask with regards to the partnership that we have been having together. So as an Internet Society training and learning partner with Adventist University of Central Africa, I wanted to check how has your experience been like in terms of importance of the training for the audience that you're serving, the topics, and what is the impacts on the community? How do you think that the training has been impacting the internet, especially? Richard?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, can hear you, yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, the ones that are joining online, the ones that are on site. Can you guys hear me? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
My name is Richard Bejea. I'm in Rwanda. We have been having a partnership with Internet Society. If I say we, it's Adventist University of Central Africa. Usually I work in an ISP, but I'm a visiting professor at the Auka University. And then if talk about how the partnership has impacted our university is because we have trained over 2,000 learners for the past, I think it's 2 years now, or 2 years and some months. We have realized that this partnership has contributed a lot to our students in different ways. One is we used to teach by just going through the content, going like to the content, the curriculums, but we usually have, we used to have the gap between the theoretical knowledge versus the practical knowledge, where we don't have enough tools or resources for the learners to practice. Like, for example, we have been usually conducting different trainings, the ISOC trainings, like the NetOps 1, Network Operations 1. It's a foundational course it focuses more on the networking part, the fundamental knowledge of networking, fundamental knowledge of the Linux, Unix. Then we didn't have enough resources before having this kind of trainings at our university. Because we're not able to afford where the platform where every learner can practice. You know, if you want to deploy like a Linux server or a Linux infrastructure, we don't have the ways how the learner can deploy that kind of infrastructure. But we have seen the huge impact because the learners now are comfortable to run the basic Linux commands. They can install operating systems. Then after that, we have even conducted an advanced network operations course where the learners go into the technical skills. They are able to deploy their own DNS infrastructure. They are able to deploy the email servers. They are able to deploy monitoring tools to monitor the network infrastructure. We have seen a huge impact, and from that, we are actually growing to other courses like design and deploying computer networks, where the learners are going to be deploying the network infrastructure. In brief, we have seen a huge impact to our learners, because these courses have solved the pain we had of linking the theory knowledge with the practical knowledge, or the hands-on knowledge of the skills. So far, we have seen huge success stories from our past learners, that they have, during those ones that completed this course, they have them to get the internships. They help them to improve in what they're doing, because I think the first batch was in 2022, and those ones that graduated, most of them they have started working, and they usually give us a feedback that what they have learned is a similar of what they're doing in their professional life. I think in brief, we as in academia, we have, these courses are designed in a way to facilitate or to improve our practical knowledge to our learners. In brief, that's what I can, how I can summarize it. We have seen a huge impact in terms of practical knowledge. I think, is there anything I have missed, Marian?
No, you did great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Richard, for those insights. Definitely, the practical aspect of the content is key. Very often we see that it's kind of the link in between academic studies and the industry. That link very often missing is the practical side of it, making sure that the learners manage to be employed immediately after finishing university studies. And this is where our focus is as well at the Internet Society, making sure that we bridge that gap on the practical side. Thank you so much, Richard, for your intervention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay there for any question we might have for you moving forward. Okay. I would like to turn to our second speaker. I cannot see connected right now, so we can work on that. I will move to our speaker number 3, which is Mr. Barak Otieno. Barak has been working with the Internet Society for a long time. As I said, we have been collaborating since a few years now. And I want to ask you, Barak, as the chairman of the Association of Community Networks in Kenya and tutor for the past few years at the Internet Society, what is your view on our technical training and its impact on community networks and connectivity across Kenya? First of all, because we know that your work that you have been doing with the association has a big impact on connectivity solutions across the country. And in addition to that, I also wanted us to explore how is the training impacted the internet governance community, just to go a bit to move from the technical aspect on one side that I would like you to share. How do you feel about the technical aspect on the internet governance side when it comes to the policy? Barak.
Thank you very much, Marian. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope I am clear.
Yes, you are.
Yes, so I will invert the question a bit so that I start with the internet governance bit. I want to paint a picture of my journey, both as an ISOC member and as an instructor for the various courses that you've mentioned. So my journey in the internet governance space largely started sometime in 2007 and 2008. When I got involved with internet governance activities in Kenya. And in 2008, I had an opportunity to be a volunteer at the first Kenya Internet Governance Forum, sometime in October 2008, as well as the first East African Internet Governance Forum. It gave me an opportunity thereafter to participate in the Global Forum in 2009 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And I think that's the first time I met Dr. Dawit. He probably cannot remember. And we discussed something about the formation of the ISOC Kenyan chapter. And I followed through. And the chapter was actually established and chartered in 2012. It took about 2 years, but it was a learning journey for myself because I had a hunger to acquire more knowledge on internet governance and matters pertaining internet infrastructure management. And I got a chance in 2010 to be at the IGF Secretariat in Geneva as a fellow and supported the planning and organization of the 5th IGF in Vilnius, Lithuania, and later on the 6th IGF in Nairobi, Kenya as well, while still working on establishment of the ISOC Kenyan chapter. And through that, I got a chance to also participate in many activities, including the first Africa IGF, which took place sometime, I think, in 2011 or 2012. Again, thanks to the support from ISOC, which enabled me to participate in the same. And when the Kenyan chapter was chartered in 2012, we had a chance to host the second Africa IGF in Nairobi, Kenya in 2013. And I'm saying this because it enabled us to build the capacity. It was a journey of challenges. I remember everything that could go wrong went wrong. And ISOC really came through in making sure that this really happened. But in the process, a lot of capacity was built, not only for myself, but for other chapter members who are actually driving a lot of things as we speak. And sometime from 2012 to 2015, the planning and organization of the Kenyan IGF changed from the Kenya ICT Action Network, that was the convener at the time, to the Internet Society Kenyan chapter, but again reverted back to Kictanet after that. But after this, we had already built some sound capacity for organizing the internet governance events. The reason I have started with the internet governance conversation is that at the time, a lot of the conversations were just discussive. We kept talking about the need for infrastructure and why we should implement infrastructure, but we did not have the know-how at that particular time. And as time went on, people got tired of hearing the same things and wanted action. And sometime in 2015, we had the first National School of Internet Governance in Kenya. And around the same time, I think in 2016, there was a convening for community networks at the University of Nairobi, again organized by the Internet Society Kenyan chapter. And my good friend Kevin Chege invited me to participate. I just sat at the back. Then I was not sure. I was very passionate about internet governance and less passionate about community networks. But after that meeting in 2017, ISOC started the Building Wireless Community Networks course around 2017, 2018. I participated in the cohort. My trainer was Dr. Kennedy Rono, whom we happen to co-train together right now. And immediately after that, I was asked, there was an opportunity to offer training, and I was asked which courses I would choose. Naturally, I went for internet governance, but whoever was in charge at the time saw it wise to ask me to teach building wireless community networks. And when I taught the first cohorts, largely around the COVID time, I realized that this is a course that required practical simulation or a practical environment. And I started yearning and looking for an opportunity to establish a community network that I would use as a teaching and learning resource. Incidentally, things did not go as I planned. but an opportunity came up through the Kenya ICT Action Network, APC, and the Communications Authority of Kenya to write the first community network service provider license. And I got involved in the same. But I was asked again to work on a prototype or work on the feasibility study. And that resulted in what is now known as the Aheri.net community network. We went out to try out. And of course, before that, thanks to the work that was done by ISOC, we had Tunapanda Community Network in Kibera. We had Lanetu Moja in Nakuru, which I was able to visit and learn from the mistakes that they had made. For those who don't know, Lanetu Moja was a project by AFCHICS, who have presented in some of the previous sessions. And after that, we built or we established Aheri, and again, with the support and guidance of a lot of the ISOC staff and colleagues. And after establishing Aheri, because we would share our challenges, our problems, I continued, of course, teaching various ISOC courses. In 2022, again, as always, I got an invitation from Kevin to see whether we could pilot a training on designing and deploying computer networks. Remember, there was a lockdown at that time. I got together a team, the ISOC president, Engineer Alphonse, Kelvin Kariuki, who is a lecturer at Multimedia University, and I think Michael Musia. And we had what I considered a very interesting course. My colleague Ruth is here, one of the students who was always at the front of the class, and that entire class got hired. So I am really happy that it was an experiment that for all intents and purposes went right. And I think ISOC went ahead to replicate this in other places. Shortly after that, I participated in an effort again championed by ISOC that gathered experiences of community network operators, which was turned into a resource or a compendium that anybody that is starting a community network could use to avoid pitfalls or failure. And this was a book or a compendium known as the Community Network Readiness Assessment Toolkit, which was immediately turned into a course by the Internet Society as well. And I have been teaching a lot on that. And basically, it's a course that is a feasibility study for anyone that is interested in establishing a community network. So as you hear from my presentation, it's been a build-up, and the build-up has been towards ensuring that we build networks, not for the sake of building networks, but networks that actually meet the needs in communities. So as we speak, I have had the privilege to lead establishment of a number of community networks in my country, not mentioning the successful effort that we did in coming up with a licensing framework. When we got the license, it was one thing. There was a lot of pushback from operators who thought that community networks were actually coming to take food from their mouths. You know, they're coming to take their opportunities. Yet, the way the license had been framed was that community networks were complementary. They were supposed to work on the last mile and allow the other top-tier network operators to focus on routing and to focus on quality of service. I'm happy to say that right now, the community is very supportive of community networks. As we speak, we are going to 20 registered community networks in Kenya. We have been given a target by our regulator of 100 community networks, and we have seen the need to establish an association which is still in nascent stages, but which I happen to chair. But one thing that I want to emphasize is that it all started in conversations at the Internet Governance Forum that first of all sought to create awareness and then deliberate efforts to build capacity on various fronts and beyond building for capacity, ensuring that it is actually done. The other point that I want to make before I conclude my comments is that ISOC not only availed resources for teaching and learning, because I have been a tutor and I have also led efforts in piloting a lot of these community networks. I would say without a doubt that 90% of the community networks that have been established, the initial seed funding has actually come from the Internet Society. So it's a matter of walking the talk, doing the training and availing the seed resources to make sure that these networks are in place. Currently, our focus is on sustainability. Our communications authority, our government is very clear with us that they no longer need to be convinced that community networks are a solution to connecting the unconnected or bridging the digital divide in the community, but they want to see that they are actually sustainable. So in brief, I would say that a lot of these courses, number one, have created jobs in our communities in Kenya. Number two, they have afforded the many young people an opportunity to get certificates that have enabled them to actually be hired. And many of them have gotten top-notch training and top-notch insights locally and globally. If you look at local colleges, they will focus on the local ecosystem. They will teach you the how. The ISOC courses teach you the why, and they connect you to the global ecosystem. Because in as much as the internet is relevant locally, it becomes meaningful when it is a global tool or a global network. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barak. That has been really, really interesting and helpful. I mean, your stories are always inspiring, so great to have you here and have you sharing your stories from Kenya. If there's any question, we can keep them for the end of the session. Hopefully, we'll still have time for that. I would like to turn right now to Mr. Ntokozo Incube, who represents on one side the Internet Society Zimbabwe chapter, on the other side Solusi University, which is a training and learning partner at the Internet Society. And I wanted to ask you, Ntokozo, if you could share with us your experience so far on training delivery, covering especially the scale of the training across Zimbabwe, keeping in mind that with you and thanks to you and your network of institutions across Zimbabwe, we have been able to scale our training in the past few years. I wanted to check with you how has that been, and what was the impact on communities and on the internet. And if I can ask you to stick with 5 to 6 minutes, to be able to cover the entire panel. Thank you, Ntokozo.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Right. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to share the topic that speaks about internet for learning, or learning for the internet. Right. I'll zero into the scenarios of Zimbabwe. We started doing trainings for TDC, and why? Because we were looking at the gap, bridging the gap of theory and practice. We were looking at a scenario where we can develop future leaders that can service providers which are ISPs, mainly focused on
Oh,
I
okay.
think I got cut.
Yes, I think there's some connectivity issue,
Right.
but you can continue.
So let me just rush. Yeah, I was saying ISPs seem to focus on areas that are of the elite. So Internet Society has allowed us to do the trainings, and as of today, I can safely say we've trained 5,812 participants in TTCN, and these were trained using a face-to-face model, which is practical. And we focus on high schools, and the impact that we have after is we find that schools now, when they do the extension of their network, when we are talking of Starlink, they no longer have to pay companies to extend their network. They utilize the graduates that we have trained. We have also trained women, which is from the marginalized. We have an area called Binga, where they focus on it's a Tonga-speaking group. So those ones we did training for them under TTCN, and the focus was to make sure that they can create employment. And as we speak now, they do termination of cables and they sell those particular cables. So as soon as school A in their region needs to extend from a Starlink kit, they need a customized cable, which is a UTP. The women do that, and it's a way of trying to build or to create employment for themselves. It's something that we're looking at scaling up. Overall, I can say, together with universities that have partnered, so this university, Wange College of Education, Zimbabwe Open University, Zimbabwe Research Network, we utilize these courses to harness or to bridge the gap as Zimbabwe is focusing on Education 5.0. Next year, we are looking at scaling up, doing more community networks. This year, we have a community network which is called MyTel, which is in Umzingwane. And as I speak, it's being deployed now by these trainees. I think at the moment, they're just waiting for the license, but the skill is there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntokozo, for your intervention. And yeah, we look forward to continuing our work together in Zimbabwe. Please stay with us in case there's any question at the end. I'm going to turn to Ruth and Jerry at this point in time. And since Barak mentioned it in his intervention, of course, Ruth was one of our learners in the designing and deploying computer networks training that we had back in 2022, where all the learners that were being put through the learning and internship components managed to obtain a job at the time, which was like 100% success. We would like to check with Ruth. How was your experience, Ruth, especially when it comes to that face-to-face training? How has your journey been so far? And how has this training impacted your career since, taking into account your current role at Tanda Community Network in Nairobi? Ruth, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Ruth Njeri. I usually identify myself as Internet Society's baby because, you know, wherever I am right now, it's through a lot of Internet Society's efforts. So being part of the first designing and deploying computer networks face-to-face training was a turning point for me, for a journey which I never thought it would bear much fruits as it has today. Because I was just stepping into computer networks with just curiosity and willingness. I remember when it was first announced, it was announced in the college where I was, and they said, hey, there's an incoming paid internship. And the mention of paid just gave me the interest, but also the fact that they mentioned networking, which was something that I was really looking forward to do after school. So, and again, also the fact that a lot of internships are usually kind of free-based. So that was another thing that got me interested to join in. So the DDCN course so far didn't just give me the technical knowledge, but has also given me the confidence to see myself as part of something bigger, in both locally and globally, because it has shaped me as the engineer I am today. because since that time I have grown from an intern, and then I became an apprentice, and then I later became an assistant network engineer, and then I later now became a lead network engineer, now spearheading the entire network in Tunapanda Institute that Barak had mentioned earlier, but now has been rebranded to Tanda Community Network. So since then, and for the last couple of years, I've been rolling out fiber optic and wireless technologies. And I've learned not just the technical aspect of it, but also the fact that networks are not just cables, but also the community that brings life into these networks through digital inclusion, through training, through community empowerment. So it has also inspired me to empower other women from the community, because when these women see me climbing KPLC poles and pulling these fiber cables, they become interested. They want to know, how does this work? I mean, how can I be part of it? And so with that, we are able to, we are trying as much as best to have more women into these spaces, because they are usually so very much male dominated. I've also become a trainer of the same course that, has given me limelight. So far, I have done the first BDCN training as an instructor for the refugee camps both in Kenya and Uganda. They are still continuing with the training, and also there's another training that is still in progress with AFCHIC, which is still in progress, and I'm very grateful that I'm able to deliver it with the much knowledge that I've acquired so far. Also, I joined the ISOC Alumni Network after being part of the Internet Society Early Career Fellowship 2025. And that has even given me now more skills. And it has even given me the challenge to start an initiative called Roots of Connectivity Initiative, which is still work in progress, because ideally, based on the requirements of the Communications Authority of Kenya, we need to at least have 100 community networks. So the idea of the initiative is just to have a series of upcoming community networks, so that at least we can be able to get to the 100, which part of that will be training the DDCN to the people in the community now who will be helping start and execute now community networks, and actually now lead to networks in these areas. Also, I've acquired many other certifications beyond DDCN. I have done certified fiber optic technician. I have done building wireless community networks. And also, this training has also inspired other organizations to inspire women, because I have done many other certifications that are women based. Right now, I'm also doing a training with the Airtel Africa Foundation that is mentoring 300 women from Kenya, Uganda, and Zambia. So we are doing basically now the in-depth part of networking in terms of Linux, in terms of data analytics, in terms of DevOps. So these are now new other skills that are getting me very interested, because again, Internet Society has a course called Network Operations 1 and 2. So I wouldn't mind being part of an instructor in that course, because I'm gaining this knowledge so that I can help other people in my community. So looking back, I see that DDCN was a seed that now has grown into a tree. And now this tree has brought forth branches and fruits. And now I'm able to empower communities. I'm able to empower women in tech, and also showing that what women can do when you actually empower them. So lastly, is just to thank the visionaries who came up with the idea in the first place. I know Mr. Barak has been part of my journey. I really appreciate you, sir. We also have Mishuki Mwangi, who came up with the idea itself. I hope he has an idea how much lives he has changed, because it's not just for me, individual careers for like me, because we were 25 of us. All of us are doing important things in life. Others are in commercial ISPs. Also, some of us are in the community network space. So thank you very much. And I really hope to have a more encounter with Internet Society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for your inspiring story as usual. we can definitely see how the training brought to such a huge impact, not only at your personal level, but the community level, at the internet level, with all the community networks. And speaking about the development of that training course, our Vice President for Africa, David Bekele, was at the core of the development of that course back in the days, a few years back. So thank you so much, David, for that. Okay, if we still have a few minutes, I would like to turn to Mr. Cedric. I hope he's in the room, right? Cedric?
Yes. Hi, Marianne.
Great. Hi, good to have you here. I want to have a last question for this panel, and then we'll open it, if we still have time, we'll open it for questions from the audience. You have been a tutor with Internet Society for some time now, mostly delivering training in online modality with our communities, based on different topics, mostly technical, I believe. I want to check with you, how has your experience been so far, and how do you see the impact of this training?
Thank you for the question. I've been a trainer with Internet Society since 2016 now, starting with NetOps 1 and also doing some of the Internet governance course. Before that, I'm doing, NetOps 1, NetOps 2, DDCN, and now I'm also working with the peering fellows. The online training is actually a very interesting experience because most of the time people fear the online training. We don't have time, and also people feel that it's very impersonal. But one of the good things that we have when it comes to this training is, especially the moderated course, is that you have a moderator that you can talk to every single week. So during the time of the course, you have a moderator that will be there. You can talk to that moderator, ask questions, interact whenever possible. And that's really a good way to go through that course. Also, another thing is true that, yes, we have challenges because most of the time you have internet challenges whenever people do online courses, but there are so many ways. Even when you have not a great bandwidth, you have a version that you can use. Just to not make it too long, I will say that yes, it's, as I say, it's challenging, but we have great success. We have seen many people coming again and again. And also we have many chapters asking for personalized course. We also have hybrid courses where there is an online part, and also that's especially for the chapters that organize a dedicated course where they will also have a session on site. So I will say overall that it's a great journey. I've gone through many cohorts now, and I really encourage people to join the online courses, and to do not hesitate to reach out and to connect and to do one of the course. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cedric, for this presentation. And thanks so much for everybody for being here with us present. I know that we went past the time for this session, and this is why I wanted to check with you. If any of you has any question from the audience at this point in time, I suggest that you reach out to our colleagues in at the events in the venue, and they will channel all information to us. One of the call for actions. So first of all, okay, in the session we have seen the impacts of the training on not only on at the personal level, but also when it comes to communities and when it comes to the internet level with the new connectivity solutions, community networks throughout different countries, especially those that we have been mentioning here, but many more are out there. And yeah, we have seen that kind of impacts, especially when it comes to the personal stories, which are really, really important. A call for action that I would have for you, I wanted to share with you that our training at Internet Society is open to anybody who is interested at the learner level, but also at the institutional level. If any of your institutions would be interested to explore partnering with us, to explore delivering training to your communities, I would encourage you to reach out, get in touch with us. Could be if it's a chapter, any organization that has an interest at the local level. Please reach out and make sure that we communicate and that we deliver activities together based on your interest and based on the opportunities that we have here at the Internet Society. I would like to thank all the panelists being here. I would like to thank our colleagues in the venue.
Marian,
yes.
Before you close,
sure.
As I am chairing the next session, I can give you 5 minutes so that you can allow people to ask questions if they are.
Of course, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
If there's any
question, comment, we can accept a few ones. Yes, go on. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Shehu Mohammed. I'm from Nigeria. Okay, I must confess that I've been a beneficiary of several courses on the Internet Society learning platform, and the contents are rich and much relevant to the work I do on a daily basis. But my concern is, I think it is quite necessary for us to really have a mechanism of sustainability. Sustainability in the sense that most of the moderators, they are like similar faces you keep seeing. So within the ecosystem, I don't know if there's a platform that is available where we bring more moderators on board. Because I have fellow network engineers who are professionals in this field, who want to give back to the community, but I don't know if there's any way you can like point us or direct us to how we too can be able to be moderators and make a contribution. That is the first one. So the .ngccTLD has a learning platform which is .ng Academy, which we use to extend the knowledge to people within our own community. And one of the moderators made a reference that if we want to like collaborate and see how we can work with the Internet Society, so I want to ask of how we can be able to explore these opportunities and work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these interesting questions. Marianne, I think you are best positioned to answer to this question.
Yes. I think those are very, very good questions. When it comes to session moderation, you pointed out right. We do have a pool of experts that we work with. If I can touch upon the two questions that you just asked, we do work with a pool of experts when it comes to our regular courses. However, whenever we engage with different entities to partner, could be a university, an NGO, depending on the country and location, our best solution is to train trainers. So let's say we can definitely explore a partnership opportunity. If you can leave us your contacts, because our best solution is, of course, to work with the local communities. So to train trainers in local communities, but to be able to do so, we'll need to work in a framework, like to see if we can partner together. When we partner, we work on a training plan to make sure that we have a vision for the mid and long term. That is one solution. The other solution, our pool of experts, it's not closed. So we have a number of experts, like for example Ntokozo here, or Ruth, or Barak, or Richard. They're all experts in our pool of experts, but that group, that category is not closed. So if you have taken our courses already, don't hesitate to reach out and we can discuss. We can check based on the community you would like to work with and your profile, and you can become one of them. I mean, that pool of experts is not a closed category. So, but thank you so much. That's really, really important. Yes, I acknowledge that. I hope I answered your question.
Sure, my questions are well answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. David, is there any other question from the audience, or can we take any other question, keeping in mind the time?
No, I think we have to close now. Thank you very much, Jack. We can go to the next session.
Thank you so much, everybody, and thanks to my panelists. Yes.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Cedric, for your contribution. Thanks, Marian, and all the speakers online. So, as I say, you can continue the conversation, and when we met, we are still here. So the next session, I think we'll keep David here. So Cedric can leave. So our next session is what's happening in the policy world. On this session, we'll have David Bekele with Isra Rosa, our Director of Partnership and Internet Development. So I will leave the floor to David to go through this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, JB. So the next session is about our policy works. ISOC does a lot of technical work, but it also does policy works. I know you are the technical community and you might not always be interested in the policy side, but whether we like it or not, policy matters. Most of the decisions that government make have impact, real impact on our life, our work, etc. So it's important that we follow what is happening. So today we are going to talk mainly about two policy processes. I don't think we'll have the time for the third one, so I will not talk about it. So the first one will be about the WSIS review. WSIS is WSIS, or World Summit on Information Society. This was a process that, well, a treaty, an agreement that was made 20 years ago, and then it is being reviewed today. Isra will talk about it in a few minutes. Then I will talk about WTDC, which is an ITU conference that discusses ITU's development agenda. So without further ado, I would like to invite Israel Rosas, who is Director, Partnerships and Internet Development at Internet Society, and who co-leads our UN advocacy activities. So Isra, you have the mic.
Here we go. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I hope that you are doing well. I'm really happy to be here. I think this is an important topic, and I won't keep you longer than I should. So I'm going to start presenting, sharing this screen. If you scan this QR, and I would like to start with that one, you can download our document. It's a discussion paper. We called it a non-paper because it's not necessarily a set of the dissertations. It's a conversation opening for a year that we consider this a pivotal moment for digital cooperation. This is our perspective for this process that my colleague David mentioned, but we're also digging deeper into what we believe are the necessary ingredients for the internet to keep growing and to keep being this amazing tool for development. In the previous session, we witnessed the result of how this technology can be really useful to promote development, to create lasting impact for communities and people. And something that we've seen, and it's a good opportunity to reflect, is that over the past 2 decades, the internet has shifted, not only from the technology perspective, but in the way that people is using it. The internet has changed and its uses have been evolved dramatically. In this context, who makes the decisions and how the decisions are made is crucial. That's why we believe that global multi-stakeholder cooperation at this point is more urgent than ever, particularly because we are convinced that the internet, with all these technical characteristics and the attributes of its successful governance, should offer a set of core abilities. Without these abilities, the internet couldn't empower people around the world. So we believe that the internet must offer these abilities to people to connect, communicate, innovate, share, choose, be safe, and trust. These abilities are important as we are looking to the future, as we are seeing emerging technologies, new technologies taking over different fields of society, creating new uses, but also new challenges. And we know that the way that we can tackle these challenges is in a multi-stakeholder way. That means all of the people with an interest in the development of the internet should have a say. And that's the core of our position. This is particularly important in a year that is going to be a defining moment for the future. At this point here, the WSIS Plus 20 review, it's the result of several developments that have happened over the years. 20 years ago, the World Summit on the Information Society concluded its second phase, 2005, where the governments of the world gathered in the United Nations, agreed on a set of action lines to define how the information and communication technologies should be used to promote development. And these were called the WSIS action lines. These are the main indicators that are guiding the efforts from different governments around the world, different stakeholders around the world, on how to use technology, including the internet, to promote development. Different things have happened after that. For instance, we have the Internet Governance Forum, which also had fostered the involvement of national and regional Internet Governance Forums. In 2014, we had NetMundial. And then in 2015, we have the initial review of these results of this World Summit on the Information Society implementation. At that time, the process was called WSIS Plus 10 years after. That's why we are in the WSIS Plus 20 years after. But in 2018, the Secretary General of the United Nations started floating this concept of digital cooperation. The Secretary General created a high-level panel on digital cooperation. 1 year later, this high-level panel published the report, The Age of Digital Interdependence. And in general, digital cooperation has been an increasingly important topic within the United Nations ecosystem. Now, the important thing here for the technical community is that we understand that the daily operations of the internet, the daily operations of the infrastructure, are not depending on political decisions. The technology keeps working or not, depending on the decisions that people like you make on the day-to-day. But at the same time, we also understand that these policy decisions happening in the halls of the United Nations, in discussions among governments, may shape or impact the way that we are using or deploying technology. There are new laws, new regulations that could impact the way that we are deploying technology. And that's why we are following closely these processes, because we want that as a result of all of these intergovernmental negotiations, the general guidelines, the general agreements can allow us to keep using the internet as a force for good, as a force to keep promoting development, and also recognizing that we should keep working together to face the challenges that we are seeing in the day-to-day due to different developments, new technologies, new human conducts, different aspects. So particularly, 2025 is going to be, it's being a decisive year for these deliberations. And this is just at a glance what is happening within the United Nations. And that's why we wanted to share with you this overview of the process and sharing some opportunities for you on where and how to weigh in, to share your expertise and your inputs, because this is a complex process. It's been happening all over the year. It all started in March when the United Nations approved the modalities of this process, so to say, how the process is going to happen. So it's going to be an intergovernmental negotiation that is going to conclude in December with a high-level meeting where the governments of the world are going to adopt a high-level outcome document. That's the formalities of the process. Those were approved in March. The co-facilitators of these processes are the ambassadors to the United Nations from Kenya and from Albania. These two ambassadors are guiding all the governments and all the stakeholders through this process. And they are organizing different consultations, preparatory meetings, publishing different documents. So you can see at the top of the screen, the dates of the consultations. They had one in June, another during the AEF 2025 that happened in Oslo. Then they had some other in the West Coastline Forum in Geneva, a virtual consultation in July, and they are going to hold a virtual consultation in a couple of weeks. And then again, during the ICANN 84 meeting in Dublin. If you are going to be attending the meeting, we can talk to each other during the meeting. I'm going to be there. I would be really interested in getting your views about this process or about the topics that you care about in the context of this review. And then there are going to be some other in New York in November. Then the black boxes here, the preparatory meeting in May and October, and these informal negotiations are developments that are open only to governments. So if you are not part of a governmental delegation, you probably won't have even a view of what's happening, what's being discussed in the context of this negotiation. And at the same time, they are also publishing different documents. To arrive to this outcome document that is going to be approved in December, we capture in these green boxes the different stages of the process. In June, the co-facilitators published something called an elements paper, which was the initial document where they gather like the main topics of discussion of this review. We submitted some contributions in writing, and then just in August, they published something called the zero draft, which is the initial version, the preliminary version of what the outcome document would look like, with a specific words and language that could be used to negotiate, for the governments to negotiate the document. The co-facilitators are accepting written contributions until today, and after that, governments are going to have some informal negotiations. These closed meetings where they can start discussing which topics to left out, which topics to include, related to different topics. I can guide you through that in a couple of slides. By November, we should have another iteration of the document that is going to be called the draft outcome document, and that's going to be a semi-final version of the document, still open to some negotiations among governments, and then they will have the outcome document. What we are doing here is gathering with our community, asking our partners, our community members, what do you think about this document? What are the topics that we should defend for the internet to keep being this force for good in society? But also, what's the language that could be concerning? Could be creating challenges, for instance, in this case, for the technical community to deploy.
Idra, can you wrap up because we don't have time?
Yes. No, absolutely. So, in summary, the document that I was telling you about, the zero draft that we are currently discussing, these are the main topics that we are analyzing at this point. It goes from ICTs for development, artificial intelligence, data governance, social and economic development, financial mechanism, capacity development. So I want to leave you with this message. This is a high-level intergovernmental negotiation, but we want to bring the views of the technical community to the governments that are willing to hear from us. If you scan this QR, you can share with us your opinion about the document, about the topics that you care about the topics that we should be defending, but also, if you would like to engage with your government to bring your voice, we can support you, we can work with you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And we can work together to defend the internet in the context of these high-level negotiations that are usually closed for governments. So thank you very much for the invitation. And thank you, David, for bringing this topic to the community.
Thank you, Idra. Okay, I have one presentation that I will have to do very, very quickly. Can you put mine on WTDC online? Okay, while they put the presentation online, I can start. So WTDC is World Telecommunication Development Conference 2025 for this year's event. So it is a development conference of the ITU, or International Telecommunication Union. I'm sure you have at least heard of International Telecommunication Union. It is the organization that regulates at global level the telecommunication sector. And WTDC meets every 4 years to develop the agenda and priorities for the ITU development sector. ITU has 3 main sectors: the standard sector, the radio sector, and the development sector. WTDC is the one that developed the agenda for the development sector. And the WTDC 2025 will set the agenda and priorities for 2026 through 2029. It will serve as a discussion forum on the opportunities and challenges of bridging the digital divide. The preparations were, how it happens, the main meeting will happen in November in Baku, Azerbaijan, where the whole world will meet for about 3 weeks to discuss, to negotiate and agree on the agenda. But in fact, every region met and developed their proposals at a regional level. So in Africa, the African countries met on several occasions this year and last year to discuss about what they want in the development agenda of the ITU. And that is what they are going to take as the African Common Proposal for the world meeting that will happen in Baku in November. I think I will not talk about the ITU. So what did the Africans say as what they want to happen? First of all, they said this is the regional initiatives that we want to have for Africa. First initiative, we want to have an initiative on, can you go to proposals for Africa regional initiatives? Yeah. So the first initiative, resilient infrastructure and meaningful connectivity for sustainable development, including emergency telecommunication and multi-hazard early warning system in the Africa region. The second one, developing an inclusive, trustworthy AI ecosystem. The third, building trust, safety, and security in the use of telecommunications. The fourth, digital infrastructure applications, SME development, and emerging technologies. So you see why we as Internet Society are interested in ITU, especially ITUD, because it does have issues of the internet in it, even though we believe that the scope of ITU is limited to telecommunication, but nowadays there are a lot of intersections, and it is important that we follow that what we do. So this is not final. This will have to be adopted at global level, but especially for the regional initiatives, it is very likely that it will be adopted because this is what they have requested for Africa. So then these are the resolutions. So the ITUD does its work based on resolutions that member states have agreed from a very long time ago. It was established in the 1960s, and then there were a few resolutions that have been growing that decide what it should do. And every 4 years, those resolutions are reviewed. Some are modified, some are deleted, some are added. I have to tell you that in spite of all the discussions, very little is changed because ITU works on consensus. So if a country does not agree on a change, then the change will not happen. Okay? So here are a sample of what the Africans asked for, for change in the resolutions. For example, they asked the modification of Resolution 2 about study groups, and Resolution 11 on telecommunications ICT services in rural, isolated, and poorly served areas, etc. If you are interested in this, and it is important to be interested, because if we do not, or you do not, push ITU to go to the areas that you want them to go, at this point, in the next 4 years, nothing will happen, because ITU will only work in areas where its member states have decided to work. So if you want to pact ITU, it's to do that. So I'm going to go into the various African Common Proposals. So what ISOC would like to see, we would like the outcomes to be supportive to community-centered connectivity. We are really happy that a few years back, ITU and other organizations were not very supportive of community networks. Now they are, which is very good. And we want them to be even more supportive, to provide, to push for their sustainability, for example, to use the universal service funds for community networks. We want broader awareness on sustainable and innovative solutions for expanding connectivity, especially in Africa. We see that there is a limit of the, of the commercial mode because 60%, more than 60% of Africans are not connected. Why? Because the solutions that exist today might not work. So we need new ways to connect the unconnected. And the ITU should be interested by that. We want to support enabling policy regulatory environment that lifts the barriers to internet access and cost-effective internet access connectivity. So there are still policy and regulatory barriers. For example, not every country allows community networks. So we want the ITU to push for innovative policy and regulatory solutions. We want to build new partnerships with government and non-governmental stakeholders to advance ISOC's internet growth objective. We believe that everybody shares our growth objective, but we cannot do that by ourselves. We need partnership, and we hope that this will allow us to do that. So how can you help us? ITU is an intergovernmental organization. We are just observers. We cannot vote there. We don't have a voice. But your governments have a voice. Every African government has a voice. We would like you, some of you might even be a member of the delegation that goes to WTDC. If you are, please go and meet our delegation who will be there so that you can discuss. And, they spend all their time to understand all the resolutions. You can discuss with them and can give you information, advice, but you can also take, the documents that we provide. Please do contact us if you need anything, so that when you are in Baku, you are ready. But if you are not in a delegation and you know who will be in the delegation, reach out to us and put us in contact so that our delegation, as ISOC delegation, can go and talk to your country's delegation. So that's the ask. We hope that you will be able to help us, because at the end, it is to further our common goals that we would like to be there in Baku and make sure that the ITU's 4-year development agenda will be profitable for Africa. Thank you very much. Now I think we can have just 5 minutes or less of Q&A. So anyone who has questions for Israel or myself, you're welcome. Anything about WSIS or WTDC? Nothing? Either everything is clear or nothing is clear. Okay, anyway, thank you for listening, and don't hesitate to contact us if you have any question or comment about these policy issues, but also any other policy issue, because at ISOC we are technical, but we are also very much policy oriented, and we can definitely help you. Thank you. Mary, you are the savior. So we have one question, Isra.
Thank you. It's been an exciting session since we started in the morning. Yesterday, I asked a question about regional internet exchange point. I want to ask about training training in the sense that I don't know how many of us do attend IETF meetings, and how is Internet Society preparing our people to be part of that process, because that's where the researches, the papers, the policies are developed. So apart from the basic training you're giving to our people, they should be on the table when discussions and policies are developed concerning the internet. Then finally, WSIS plus 20 was the position of ISOC on the action lines and the GDC.
Okay. Idra, I give you the opportunity to answer to both questions, and maybe I will answer to the first one if you like.
Yes, no, totally agree. And I think that's a really pertinent question, and thank you for asking it, because for some quick context, we were discussing about this WSIS custody review that is going to end up with a high-level declaration in December. Well, last year, the United Nations carried out another set of intergovernmental negotiations that ended up with a Global Digital Compact that was adopted as a part of the Pact of the Future. So the Global Digital Compact was related to digital cooperation. This WSIS plus 20 declaration is going to be related to technology for development. So it's an important overlap. What we are defending as a position is that the WSIS action lines, all these indicators that were approved in 2005, should be the main reference, including the commitments adopted last year in the Global Digital Compact. So our position is not to duplicate the process, just to strengthen the WSIS framework with the Global Digital Compact commitments and whatever other commitment that could be needed, so that the WSIS action lines, the WSIS architecture is the main framework, so that governments and other stakeholders don't need to attend duplicated meetings, duplicated trials, because we know that the resources are not vast for any organization. It's difficult to cover different processes if they are covering the same topics at the same time. So that's why we are advocating for a single framework that should be the WSIS framework. That's our position.
Thank you, Isra. With regard to IETF, for those who are not familiar with IETF, it is Internet Engineering Task Force. It is the organization that develops internet standards, and ISOC has been associated with IETF since its beginning, since ISOC's beginning, and we have been, and we continue to be supportive. Now, I agree with you, Mary, that we are not present at IETF. Not many Africans are part of the development of standards. We have been pushing for engineers, because engineers are the ones who develop standards, to participate, and it is open to everyone. It is voluntary, and we want them. We want Africans to participate, voluntarily. And when I say voluntarily, it's really misleading, because sometimes it's not because something is not paid that it doesn't empower you. Sometimes you become, more important by doing something that is not paid. So everyone who has been volunteering for IETF has become an important person, because he or she has knowledge that others don't have. So don't take it as if it is a waste of your time. On the contrary, it empowers you. And I don't know how to convince our youngsters that it's not a waste of time, but if you can, it would be good. We tried, we had some initiatives, we failed. Now we are trying to push it through the policymakers, so that if we empower, if we make the policymakers aware, then they can help their local youngsters so that, you know, they get the time needed. For example, you know, one of the few group in Africa that work on IETF are from Mauritius. They are called Cyberstorm. And I talked to them and I said, what are your challenges? And they said, we don't get meeting rooms to meet. We don't have a space to meet. This is so small that any organization can provide. But since people don't understand what it is, then they don't give them that space. And the other one is our organizations don't give value and they don't give us time to attend to online meetings. Again, if there is awareness by the organizations that this is important, then they would give them value to time to attend. So I think it's important that you know, local regulators, policymakers are involved. We are inviting policymakers to IETF, but unfortunately not, you know, we cannot afford to invite many. It's expensive. Generally, it happens outside of Africa. There is no IETF meeting in Africa because there is no participation. And that makes it very expensive. However, there is a plan to bring at least those policymakers meeting to regions. I don't know when it will come to Africa, but I hope that we'll have more people, more policymakers who understand IETF and who can push their youngsters to participate. Thank you. And I think we'll stop here because otherwise we'll be eating on the other sessions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, David and Isra. So, and thanks for your participation. So, our next session, I think, it's about Internet Society and its community. Anna will lead this session with some experts and good speakers. So, over to you, Ed, for 30 minutes.
We are sorry to take the time from the break. We'll finish this and then you can have a longer break maybe before the closing session. So I would like to call for Maud Elliott. Maud. And Marcos Adomi. And Madhvi Gokul. This time we won't have any presentations, I promise you. And we will try to keep it very short. It's just a discussion. So. Okay, while waiting for Madhvi, I will first thank Maud and Marcos for joining us on this session and would ask you to introduce yourself.
Maud Ajele Ashon Elliott is my name, and I'm the president of Internet Society Ghana chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Maud.
My name is Marcus Adomi.
I'm an administrator of AFNOG, the past president of Internet Society Ghana chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. Madhvi, can you just introduce yourself, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Madhvi Gokul. I work at AFNOG. My current role is as a senior IP resource specialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, we've seen all the work, and we all know that all this work will not be happening if it wasn't for the community, for the hard work of the community, and the volunteering work of many of the members. This is why we wanted to have this session, to hear from these really pioneers how they're doing it, and what's the community, what's their secret with the community to be able to engage in this way. I will start with Maud. Maud, I will ask you, given all the challenges in the African continent, how do your chapter engage activities directly addressing the specific barriers of internet accessibility and connectivity?
Thank you. Talking about engagement, people engage when they know they're going to benefit from something. So it's important that you sell the benefit of why they should have connection, especially when we are talking about internet. Having access to internet is a fundamental human right. And knowing that everybody would want any way possible they can have to get the internet. Now, how do we engage with the people, especially those in our community? By getting them involved. When people find out that they are also have a responsibility, that they have a role, because the little role they play, assuming yours is go out and at least tell the youth about online safety. And you see that by just going out and making or doing those kind of outreach, it's going to improve, in the lives of the youth. You get excited that the little role or the things you do to participate is causing a change. So empower people, encourage them, and if possible, give them the tools to also help in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Maud. I will go to Marcos. Marcos, given your journey, your history with trainings, with all of this, can you tell us what is the best strategy to be able to move training in a community into getting this community to become self-sustainable?
Thank you. Allow me to give a little background of the NOG. That's the center of our trainings. Before AFNOG, there were INETs where Africans were traveling to US and INET conferences. And it was expensive for an African to travel there. But even if you have money, Uncle Sam at the embassy, depend on his mood or I don't know, can deny you visa. So it was really, really difficult to develop internet in Africa. So in the wisdom of the pioneers, we started AFNOG. So we were meeting once in a year in a country. But also this is also not scalable. So we decided to move to the country level. So some of the tracks we had at that time, like E0, system administrations, the idea was to move it to the country level. And ISOC championed the idea with funding. Michuki and I were traveling across Africa to train ISOC members around. And I was going to the French-speaking countries because I'm bilingual. I groomed someone, and then we were traveling across the French-speaking countries. But the issue I have noticed is you train and you go. But how sustainable it is?
Exactly. Yeah.
Money issue. Even those you train, you have not trained them to train others. So how to impart the knowledge also becomes challenging. So these are the two things we personally identify. But in Ghana, what we did was, because I applied for funding, ISOC released that money, we organized the trainer. So today, when I say training, JKNOT training, I don't have issue with instructors. So I think there's some of the things we can replicate in the other countries. You know your stuff, but how to impart it, if you don't have that skills, you meet people, you talk, nothing will go into their coconut.
Yeah, this is why the session that we had before with Marian and the importance of training and the question that we had here in the room, it's to have basically to train trainers, to have this continuity, to be able to provide the same trainings on the ground, per community and all of this. This is, yes, definitely very important, yeah. And we are very proud of, as Internet Society, to be leaders in this field. Thank you, Marcos. Madhvi, with Afrinet, can you tell us about some practical steps that community can take to support in influencing the governments and the policies taken by governments?
Okay. At Afrinet, usually we would have the resource policy framework where the technical community, the Afrinet community participates in. Now, once they participate, and in the Afrinet context, the governments are also part of the community, right? So the regulators, even the regulators or our government officials, we speak to them as well to make them understand that they have a say in how the resource policies are developed. So they should be an equal stakeholder. So what we also have is, what I call education sessions, talking, keep on having different fora. So we have the stakeholder engagement department that specifically speaks to the governments in closed group sessions. And then the same people also come to the community forum that we have, all right? So that they can also see how the technical community is involving in the policies. But my take is that we do not have the active participation that we would have hoped for. Sometimes we see the same people coming, but we don't have the youth showing an interest.
Maybe we don't have the right level of awareness yet for this?
Yeah, it looks like we don't have that level of awareness, but I'm also thinking that we need to hear the youth from the young generation as to how they would, what we need to do to have their ears, get their feedback so that then we can adjust to our message to them. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll go back to Maud. Yeah. We need the young generation, Maud. How can we engage this young generation? You had so many, we've seen the presentation, it's wonderful, all these activities, but do we have young people engaged enough to start playing this role?
We are not speaking their language. You see, we need to understand that their generation is a very interesting generation. They need to be pampered. Truthfully, that's the generation that we have. You need to be intentional about holding their hands and bringing them to the table. They will not take the steps. They will not. So we need to be intentional about organizing events where, even here at AIS, we had to find interesting ways of getting our chapter members here, encouraging them that this is a good platform where you would meet the whole ecosystem here, to get the understanding of what the internet ecosystem is. So that's what I'm saying. You need to preach the gospel to a point and then hold their hands to be here for them to experience it. So if we use the same strategy where we think that, oh, we have sent the message, they will read it, they would come, that would not work. So that is it.
Maybe we should emphasize on the benefit that they can get from this engagement.
Perfectly.
And at Internet Society, and I know many other organizations, we do have these youth ambassadors. When you have programs like this, when these young people, like some of them here, come and attend these conferences, maybe their view and awareness level will go up and they can start influencing others. Yes.
Yeah, and we also have the fellowship programs at AFRONEC, but fellowship programs need funding. So there's also a limit to what we can do per year based on the funds that we are able to have to devote to the fellowship
This is why we go back to looking at local empowering activities that do not require this large amounts of funding. I mean, the international global activities are important, but they can only cater for a very small group of people. So we need definitely emphasizing on the local ones. Marcos, how important is the voice of the community? How can this influence, like the AFNOG or Internet Society? How important is this voice? How strong is the role that they can play?
They are too powerful. Yeah.
Good to know.
Too powerful. AFNOG is strong, ISOC is strong. But it's a matter of channeling the resources to do through the right channel. At times I don't like begging too much for funding from outside. There are certain things we can do them internally. But the top level ones, again, I prefer ISOC and AFNOG to take the leading role. I thought you were talking about policy somewhere along the line. Just an example on how you can charter that role. You know, when I was the president of Internet Society, I failed in one part, that is policy analysis and advocacy, especially tech policies, analysis and advocacies. I wasn't good at it at that time, and I couldn't get funds to organize training for my people. If we want effective change, we must empower our youth to understand policy analysis and policy advocacy. So I think it should be one of the area I think ISOC should think about and champion. It's very important.
And this is what, when Dawit was presenting now on WSIS and the WTDC, we felt there was silence in the room. It went policies, so it was a bit away from technical. So we definitely have to emphasize on the importance of the two going in parallel. This is very important, yes.
Yes, so talking about that, this year we partnered with other organizations. As I said, our chapter believes in collaboration and partnership. So to grow our community, we partnered with other organizations that were training people to know more about policies. Because personally, I think I'll be extremely happy to see Africa, to see Ghanaians discussing policies, even at the global level, because they understand it. And also, that's also a good way to cause a change for Africa in the global space. But that cannot happen just like that. People need training. People need the opportunity for us to hold their hands to get to that point.
Yes, and this is why I would say we need to encourage the young ones not only to be trained on technical skills, but in parallel they have to gain also learn about policies and how they can advocate for important policies. I promise you to be very short, so I will end with a question to Madhvi. It's something that is very recent. how did the community play a role in supporting Afrinic and Afrinic case?
Okay, so in the case of Afrinic, it's not just a corporate organization. The Regional Internet Registry needs the community is at the foundation of the Regional Internet Registry. And throughout Afrinic's existence, the community has played an important role. We have the top-down regarding the corporate, but the work that Afrinic does is more like based on like the bottom-up. Okay, a lot of people don't really understand what bottom-up means. Most of us here would work for the corporate entities, so it's more like top-down. You get a strategy and you implement. But the bottom-up principle is that anyone with, now you have phones, right? An email address, a device connected to the internet, you don't have to pay a cent, and you can participate in the policy development. Okay? It's a framework that even if, in case of really an emergency, that's when you may have a top-down approach to policy. But all in the 20 years that we have been operating, it's been the policy development has been initiated by members of the community. And we want to see more people involved, more people discussing, because at the end of the day, there is this hand-holding that we have to do. But if they know it from the beginning, if they know what other policies are coming their way, craft the policies, because if they reach consensus, I mean, no one knows how consensus is reached, okay? Yes. It's a practice. Even when I joined Afrinic in 2010, I was like, consensus, now I have to see it to believe it. And it took me like 2 PDP sessions to understand it, all right? To start understanding it, all right? So it's something that you learn, all right? And for you to learn, you need to start somewhere, make the first step, all right? So, and I would encourage, I mean, I've looked at the stats before coming here. I saw the presentation slot on Monday. I will go back and I would hopefully reach over 1,000 subscribers. But then once we have our public policy meeting, sometimes it's the 2 days of public policy meetings. And it will happen in hybrid mode. Thanks to COVID, we now have, we now have a very good, we've mastered how to do hybrid meetings, all right? So online and on-site participation, and when the mailing list, you don't have time during the day, take out some time during the night. Some employers would actually also will see the value of these people that work for them. Yes, they are doing a day job, all right, but when they see something that will impact the employer, the engineer can simply escalate the information. There is this policy coming up and that will impact you because you've got resources from Afrinic, all right? So it helps the engineer, it helps this technical community, the young people, to actually beef up their capacity,
yes.
All right?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you can see, basically the community can really move all the other technical communities, the community itself, the people. We are, the people are in the heart of everything we do. So we do have many opportunities at Afrinic, at AFNOG, at Internet Society, through the chapters, lots of benefits, lots of opportunities. Please check these opportunities. We do have fellowships, trainings, many opportunities for you to advance, improve, and play a very important role in this community. I really thank you very much. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. No questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks to the panelists. So our next session, it's almost done for ISOC Day. Just maybe in maximum 10 minutes, it's done. So the next presentation should be very, very short. We have an event, NDSS, and our colleague Robin Wilton will present in remote. Robbie?
Yes, hi Jean-Baptiste, how are you?
Good, I'm fine.
Good.
So over to you for 5 or 10 minutes. And
yeah,
so
thank
yeah,
you.
Thank you.
I know that I'm the only thing standing between your participants and their freedom. So I will keep this short, I promise.
Thank you.
I'm Robin Wilton. I'm the Senior Director for Trust at the Internet Society. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I was giving a lecture at university here this morning and have had to join you remotely. So we've heard some really inspiring stories today about real skills development, practical deployments of technology, and the internet bringing benefit to individuals, businesses, and communities. I want to briefly give you a window on another part of that life cycle of learning and development and innovation, specifically academic research in the domain of technical security. For over 30 years, the Internet Society has been the host and the organizer of a symposium called NDSS, Network and Distributed System Security. And so I'd like to spend a few minutes explaining why that's important to us and why I think it's a vital and important opportunity for students and researchers in Africa. And to do that, I will just use a very short slide set. I hope you can see that now. Is that up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, as I say, NDSS is the Symposium on Network and Distributed System Security. It is an academic conference, and that means it's a place for academic researchers, usually postgraduates, to publish and present their research, and to network with other researchers and to explore opportunities for what they do next, whether that's in academia or commerce or government or the voluntary sector. NDSS is growing really fast. In the last 2 years, we've had to move from a 3-track conference to 4 tracks. We presented around 220 research papers this year, and we'll do the same next year. The topics are to do with network security, encryption, privacy, security for connected objects, for satellites and vehicles. And there's also a strong theme of operational security. So I was really happy to hear that surface earlier in the day. And of course, machine learning, and I have to mention the word blockchain. There's lots of research on those. They are hot topics. So NDSS is important to us because it gives us a window on the leading edge of research on these topics, and that is often important for our advocacy work. I want to just put this photo up for you for a bit of the participants. Please commit this to memory because there will be a quiz about this in a couple of minutes' time. So NDSS, as I say, provides us with a window on the leading edge of research in these areas. It tells us about what is technically possible. It tells us what the risks are with things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, large language models, satellite connectivity, quantum networking. Everything is in there. And what's amazing for me is how often that feeds into the policy advocacy work that ISOC does. So, for example, from NDSS 2024, there was research presented that showed how client-side scanning, which is government surveillance of what you do on your device before you send a message, of how easy it is to manipulate the results of client-side scanning and essentially make it not just less useful, but also a genuine physical security risk to the end user. And that was important to us because current policies about client-side scanning and hash matching of material don't take that threat into account. So this was an important message for us to take to policymakers. All of the research published through NDSS is published openly. It is available to you online. There's no fee, there's no publication fee, there's no fee for accessing it, and it is free for reuse. So that's the Internet Society committing to remove obstacles to access to that research. But we also want to remove, as far as we can, obstacles to participation in NDSS itself. And so to do that, one thing we do is, and you've heard about other ISOC fellowships today, one thing we do is the ISOC NDSS Fellowship. This brings around 30 candidates out of the 600 or so who attend, who register for NDSS. It brings them to the symposium. Their registration fees are covered. There is a stipend towards travel and accommodation costs. We have a training program associated with it. And we build, through on-site activities, we build those individuals into a cohesive cohort. And when they finish that, they become part of the Internet Society's network of fellowship alumni. And the feedback we've had from the first cohort last year was that this was a real step forward for them. It made them feel part of a community, it bolstered their confidence, and I think they also had a lot of fun, which in a 3-day symposium with 220 papers is not always obvious. So that fellowship is there, it's available. It is aimed at people who would otherwise find it difficult to participate in NDSS. So I asked you to look carefully at that photo. I hope you concluded what I think, which is, in those photos, there are too many white faces. And so if you are any of the people described in that box, or if you know people who are described in that box there, undergraduates studying computer science or engineering, cybersecurity researchers, postdocs, people who are looking to publish their research, people aiming to work in security incident response or security operations centers, or people contemplating a career in cybersecurity, please tell them about NDSS. Please tell them about the fellowship and encourage them to visit the webpage and find out more about it, because I want to change the color balance of those photographs. That's all I have to say. I have 2 links there to all of the NDSS research for 2025, and there are archives going back 30 years, and a link to more information about the ISOC NDSS Fellowship from 2025, and we will be running it in 2026 as well. So thank you again for giving me this speaking slot. I hope I haven't taken too much of your time, and I wish you a fabulous evening to relax and decompress from what I think has probably been an intense week. Thanks again.
Thanks, Robbie. Thanks for this great presentation. But before you disconnect, I don't know if there is some question for Robbie in the room or in remote. No question. So it's done now. I think the ISOC day is over. Congratulations to everyone for your participation in room, but also in remote. Thanks to all of the speakers. I think it was a great day. We hear a lot from Internet Society, from its community, and how we can all work together to make or to bring better internet to all, everyone, everywhere, and together. So I think David is not here, but on behalf of David as Regional Vice President and Internet Society President, so thanks for your participation and see you next year.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. It's me again. Just to remind you again about the survey, they will post the link here. Those who are yet to fill in the survey, at least the numbers have increased to now I have 50 responses. So I am happy with the 50, but we'll be happier if we all filled the survey, both online and on-site. I will assume that the 50 comes from all those people who are online. So on-site people, kindly help me out. We will go for coffee break. I think I'll give us 15 minutes coffee break. Then we will come back for the closing ceremony for the AIS 2025. Thank you.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could settle in so that we can start the closing ceremony. Those who can hear my voice outside, kindly come in so that we can be able to start. Thank you. I would still like the survey to be displayed, the QR code for the survey to be displayed. And those who are yet to fill the survey, I will be happy to get your feedback. Imagine after announcing it previously, I only got 3 more. So there are people who are playing me in the room and online. Anyway, have you enjoyed AIS 2025? Have you enjoyed the hospitality of Ghana? Have you enjoyed the program that we had planned for you? So we will start. I'm glad you've enjoyed, okay? A lot of work has gone into play to make this possible. And a lot of people have come in play to make this possible. And then also you participating has made this possible. So thank you to you as well. So at this point, I would like to welcome Professor Ni to come up And then we can be able to start the closing ceremony. Thank you, Prof. You can take the mic.
Good evening. And, there is a brief activity we need to go through. So please, I would like you to be upstanding. Yeah, I would like us to keep a moment of silence for Fiergas McKay, peering manager of Flex Optics, and also a sponsor of AIS, who passed away yesterday. May his soul rest in peace, and thank you. Well, another sad moment. It tells us that we should hurry up and put our work in a steady state so that next generation can continue. Now let's do the closing of the AIS 2025. It has been an exciting week. AFNOG. Success. Afrinic. I want to see that you really, really are getting ready to close. So I'll repeat. Afrinic. AFNOG. Success. Thank you very much. I think we are ready. But before we proceed, let's have the NOC report. AIS can't take place without a satisfactory internet access. We have a hybrid meeting where people attending remotely enjoy the same experience like people on site. So thanks to our connectivity providers, but also the technical team which designed, built, and managed the conference network throughout the week. So Cedric, you have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you guys had a good tea break or coffee break. I'm going to do a presentation on the NOC, so the NOC report. That will be up very soon. If they don't show it soon, I'm going to switch to Spanish. Okay, fine. Okay. Thank you. So, thank you again for bearing with us while we were putting together this presentation. This is the NOC report. That's an exercise that we have to go through every year, every meeting, to show you the work that has been done and also to show you that internet in Africa is working and that we have very good, not only connectivity people, but also technicians. We first want to thank our connectivity sponsors. As you can see on the screen, we have Equinix, Main One, Afriband, and C-Square. So please, if we can give a round of applause for them. Thank you. So, yes, If the network was not good, you will see the people that were behind it. So then you can bash them. It wasn't me. I'm not part of. They've just asked me to do the presentation. So what did we cover? In terms of area or coverage, we covered the main hall that we had here, the sponsor area, and also the side event. So it was Asante, we had Smart Africa, Wakren, AFCHICS event, so there was a coverage everywhere. We also wanted to cover the cocktail area, but unfortunately, due to the weather, it was a bit difficult, but at least we had a good coverage overall. What was on this network? On the network, we had, yes, of course, we had a router because you cannot have internet without a router. We had switches, we had access point. We also had an ASN, so an autonomous system number for those who are not very familiar, which is the name, the network number, so the unique network identifier on internet. We had IPv4, but we also had IPv6. And as you can see, the announcement was done, and if you check the list of prefixes that were announced, you will see a little padlock next to it, meaning that we also had RPKI, so our routing was secure. And this was done like in a few, who's jealous? Why you cut? Okay. No, John Baptiste is here, so it's not him. So please, Wayne, I know it's you. So as I was saying, we have, so as you can see, all this has been done in a matter of days, meaning that this any network can do it. So announcing your prefixes, securing your prefixes, this is something that can be done. In terms of global visibility, as you can see, we were visible everywhere through our connectivity sponsor. The two ASN are here. So we have the AS37095, which is the one that was allocated to the meeting, and then you can see the two ASN of our connectivity sponsors, and then we were visible globally up to the tier 1 level. How good was the internet? According to this test, we were able to reach close to 1 gig up and down. So that's a speed test. But again, we try to see, okay, yes, this is just theory. So in practice, how was it? And in practice, this is what we noticed. We were able to see that every single day, there was a lot of traffic, inbound and outbound traffic. So lots of data were sent outside, and later lots of data also were pulled inside, meaning that the network was working fine globally, as you can see. Now, let's see who was responsible of this. So you have the NOC team here that have worked day and night. And I would like to appreciate the local team because they have spent a lot of time coming here very early. They were not staying in the hotel, but they were coming very early. They were here around 7 and sometime leaving around midnight 30, leaving the hotel at that time, meaning that they were back home at around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. and then back to the hotel at 7. So please, can we just applaud for them? Thank you. And you see the last picture, the one down there, that's our chief. So if you have any complaint, just go to him. So I just want to thank you for your attention and see you next year for AS26. Thank you.
All right. this is how we do it. So thanks, Cedric, for a good summary presentation of how we managed to build up the network. We are supposed to be network oriented. Anyway, can the rest of the technical team stand up in the room so we can see them and then we can thank them? Please. Please, those who were involved, what is written on your T-shirts? I can't read. Let's see. Come forward. No. You can't do it there. Come. Come, let's do it properly. Let's do it properly. Let's do it properly. Please come stand next to me. Don't even down there. Up here. Please, come. We're a community, eh? All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Just stay around me, and then I do some more things. Okay. To me, this is an example of the spirit of AIS that we try to build. And we'll plead with you to take the same thing back into your communities so that you can motivate our society to own the internet. They own the internet here, and then they made it available for us to use. So we thank them very much for this great achievement. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we continue with the, really, that's a great job. I like that. As Steve Crocker, we've been through a long week, okay? So I want to just pick one or two things that give me some good goosebumps, I think is what they say. As Steve Crocker said on Tuesday, the internet is about inter-networking. We cooperate, we collaborate to make it work. As a community, we may not always agree. Disagreement helps deepen the discussions and enlighten consensus decisions. Let's thank the internet that forces us to unite. It does. It forces us to unite. If you want to run a network like this, you better cooperate. And hopefully, once you cooperate as humans, you can also work well together. So as for the internet, it's here with a different mission. Some may think it is business. No. It's about unity and cooperation. So I don't want the soul of this organization or ecosystem to ever shift from unity, cooperation, collaboration for a single goal. And that single goal is development of Africa. Okay? I can help others, they can help me, but our goal is principally the development of Africa. We heard multi-stakeholder approach and bottom-up decision-making must prevail. We also heard we must stay in our roles, accept and allow others to engage and contribute. We also heard Africa is diverse and is the most promising continent in terms of adoption of the internet and new technologies. We are entering a restoration phase, which could be more delicate than what we faced in the last 4 to 5 years. We must assess, audit the system, identify the root causes, develop a plan to remediate, rebuild, and consolidate. We must accept our mistakes, learn from them, and move forward without always looking back. We have to move forward. The global community has shown us great support. We must show that we are able to restore. The update of the RRR governance framework requires our attention. So please pay attention and participate. Let's share our comments and suggestions. Let's restore in line with compliance with the new framework coming. I conclude by thanking the government of Ghana and the Minister of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation, Honorable Sam George, for his personal participation and opening the AIS meeting. We also thank the National Communication Authority, all the sponsors, all the speakers, all of us for contributing to another successful AIS. Please continue with the AIS spirit, and I'll see you at the next AIS meeting, God willing. Thank you very much. So I would like, and let's stand up and do some social something. I would like all of you to shake people around and wish them well, etc., etc. Yeah, thank you.
So nobody is coming to wish me well. Can you all come and wish me well as we take a photo for AIS 2025? Come, let us take a photo. Come, let us take a photo. There are people who can come to the stage. Just make sure we fit. Just make sure we fit. Thank you. All those nice compliments, please fill them in the survey. I would like to see everyone up here, including our team, the organizing secretariat. Come, guys. It looks like this photo I'll also miss again. Marcus, you are missing out. Danny, you are missing out. Cedric, you're missing out. Whenever we are ready, we will say AIS. Can we do a dry run? AIS, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Now, seriously. Avi, are you ready? We want to try another one, a backup for what you've just taken. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Whenever Avi is ready. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I'm just trying to get all your smiles. 1, 2, 3. Okay, as you say that, kindly go to on X and follow us. 1, 2, 3. Follow us on AIS_Africa. And remember to fill in the survey. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you a safe journey. It has been a pleasure being an MC for this event. It is a pleasure for me to serve my continent. Thank you.